What's up, everyone? Welcome to Level 7. We got an extra special, extra weird episode of the Agents of Fandom podcast today. Not only are we breaking down episodes 5 and 6 of Daredevil Born Again, but Marvel Studios has decided that the entirety of the day is the right time to announce the Avengers Doomsday cast here on the wonderful March 26th. My daughter Natasha's 1-year birthday today, turned 1 year old. So we got the live stream going up right here in the corner of the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube, smash the like button, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. Thank you so much for joining us. I am TJ Zwarych on the wrong side of the screen. I got to be first before Damon. Damon's second, and he's joining us today as well. Damon, great. How you doing, my friend?
Always number 2. Always the bridesmaid. Ugh. Heartbreaking. You got to set me up like that on this magical day where we were going through every single cast lineup per 13 minutes in change. This is the slowest reveal I have seen in a long time. But I'm excited because we're going to get some predictions, and I doubt we're going to be able to hang on the entire time this is still going. But I'm excited. This is fun. We can at least vamp through some Daredevil while we await the next actor or actress.
Helping us not only break down Daredevil Born Again episode 5 and 6, but this lengthy cast announcements for Avengers Doomsday. We got our guy, Aaron Perine, co-host of Phase Hero. Thank you so much for joining us, Aaron.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me. BD is busy making eggs because he's been on for an hour and a half at this point almost. Just being one of the people trying to see what's going on. A lot of chairs, a lot of speculation about what could be next. 13 minutes per chair is crazy, if Adoris in the chat. 1,000%. I texted TJ before the show, like, I don't know if it's going to end midstream, but at the rate we're going, we're going to get through the entire episode. We're going to get through everything, both episodes of Daredevil. We're going to be just fine at this leisurely pace Marvel Studios is revealing these names at.
Let's start off with the names we've gotten so far. We'll get to Daredevil, I promise.
We are.
But there was news earlier in the week that today there'd be some big Marvel announcement happening. Some scoopers said that it was, as big or bigger than the RDJ as Doctor Doom announcement. So far, with what happened to be the big surprise with the Avengers Doomsday cast reveal, so far it's pretty expected. No surprises so far. I don't think Paul Rudd or Chris Hemsworth were officially announced yet. But Sebastian Stan, I thought he was. Maybe not, but I thought he was. He's on the list so far. Vanessa Kirby, Sue Storm, she was already confirmed to be there. She is on the list as well. And, of course, Anthony Mackie, Captain America himself. We knew he was going to be in this movie. And he got announced here as well. So every 13 minutes, it seems, we're going to get a new chair, a new announcement. We got a little baby one on the screen there for Paul Rudd's Ant-Man. Damon, we'll start with you. Did you expect to get this news, the Avengers cast, this early? And, I mean, so far there's no surprises, but we'll get into some predictions of who specifically we think is going to be included later on. But what do you think of this odd-style reveal they're doing?
Well, look, when it came out and you told me yesterday that there was folks saying that this news is going to be bigger than RDJ as Doom, and the first thing I said was, oh my God, they bought the Spider-Man rights. So that's where my expectation was. And then it's like, oh, we're announcing the Avengers Doomsday cast. I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. They are in production, has been with the reveal of all this. So that's not surprising. The names so far, The only real surprise has probably been Vanessa Kirby, because I wasn't sure if the Fantastic Four were going to be directly involved in Doomsday, or is going to be something that would be like revealed in Secret Wars. I know it's like a part 1, part 2 scenario, but I wasn't necessarily sure if it was going to be like a Captain Marvel-esque in between the two, where they would show up in the second half. My big theory with Sebastian Stan's wrong. I guess he's not gonna die in Thunderbolts. You're welcome, everyone, for I guess double jinxing that. But so far, it's been interesting. I wish the reveals were a little faster. The time between them is a bit much, but it's been fun. It's exciting to see everyone talking and being excited, speculating.
It's fun, and I mean, we have been kind of, since this has started an hour ago, we've been kind of making fun of the pace and like, what is even going on here? But Aaron, you've assured me I should still be excited about what's happening. That obviously you can't talk about what's going on, but you think, at the least in terms of vibes, you think something big is coming here.
There's more chairs.
There's more chairs.
More chairs. That's all I'm gonna say. There's more chairs. There's a reason that I texted or DM'd TJ in a panic earlier, because I thought this was gonna be, they were gonna like be on top of each other this way. Luckily, that is not the case. But yeah, they're people said, like, because, you know, we've had a lot of weird high profile teases of announcements, because like also Nintendo was like, join us tomorrow for Nintendo Direct that has nothing to do with the Switch 2, like go ahead, and then you get another Switch 2 announcement on April 2nd, and I'm just like, what's going on? All of you need to calm down. I live my life at a languid pace now. I have just my coffee, I'm trying to enjoy my morning, and here we are going to break down these chairs like Mel Kiper somewhere, or Todd McShay somewhere with a giant tie, trying to deal with this. It's not exactly ideal, but there is something big. And even though we're focused on small Paul Rudd's chair right now, I think there's some big things lingering there as we go forward. Man, oh man, Carlos Freitas in the chat who says like Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. Jeez Louise, that'd be big. That'd be massive. Hugh's too busy like dancing and singing right now. Like, I don't know. He's got time.
Who would be your hopes, Aaron? Like, if we're going through this list of potential characters of the vast variety that have been included in Phase 4 and 5, not predictions, but like, who would be like your dream that gets included within this? Ooh. We got
break it in. Break it in.
We got another pick.
David, do it.
Hold on.
David, whose theme is this? Chad, also let us know if you can hear the music, because if not, I feel kind of foolish that we're just sitting here listening to nothing. Because for the podcast people, that would suck. We got movement. We're going to another chair. Wyatt Russell.
Oh, okay. Shocker.
Oh, that's the first weird one.
Wyatt Russell is, I guess, the U.S. agent. Will be.
Well, that makes sense. I don't recognize that theme.
Unfortunately, sadly, I guess the U.S. agent is going to be surviving Thunderbolts, or at least a version of him. You never know. It's multiversal.
Or we could be doing my theory,
which is they get sent to the Void.
Yes, where the Void is a direct link. The Void, the Sentry's like opposite persona, sends people to said Void. You gotta mush things together. It's possible.
Aaron, what do you think? Wyatt Russell, the U.S. agent, has been added to the cast of Avengers Doomsday.
You know the first weird pick you see in an NFL draft where like their commentators are like very, very surprised what happened? I just let out my own little like Bill Simmons. Whoa! Oh, Anthony Benny #1. Like it's what it felt like. Cause like what? Go see Thunderbolts, everybody. Apparently it's probably gonna be pretty important for whatever's coming. Because that's two characters now we know will probably make it through Thunderbolts in some capacity. Was not expecting Wyatt to make the cut. Like, I gotta get this. Listen, whoever, if you're watching this on the Slim Chance, Wyatt Russell's agent, let's talk. We be working magic out here. How? Right.
Hunter in the first round.
New York vibes. Excuse me? Say Western Michigan Pat McAfee just slides into frame.
Oh man, it does add on to the speculation that the asterisk in Thunderbolts does mean some sort of Avengers team, whether it's Dark Avengers, Secret Avengers, the new Avengers, West Coast Avengers. That'd be a weird West Coast lineup, but it's possible.
Recap for those who haven't been following the announcements. We had, who did we start with? We started with Chris Hemsworth, followed by first pick in the draft, Chris Hemsworth, followed by Invisible Woman, Vanessa Kirby, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, Sebastian Stan, Letitia Wright, the Black Panther, going up next on the board. Then a surprise, a little guy picked in the draft. They went to guard as opposed to the big man, the heavy hitters picked earlier in the draft. We got Paul Rudd, Ant-Man, dropping his chair all the way below. And I, of course, forgot Anthony Mackie, Captain America. A surprise slide in the draft. We thought he was going to go in the top 3 picks, and he ended up falling outside.
This honestly makes me wish that they announced this more like an NFL, NBA, whatever draft style announcement. I mean, it's close. You get like the music kind of layup. I need some stats after this, like total appearances, biggest win, strength.
Well, we get the surprise of the draft with Wyatt Russell coming in next, because this is the guy that for his first 3 years in college looked really, really good. He was prolific out there. He could score, he could defend, he could pass, he could rebound. The problem with Wyatt Russell is after sustaining an injury at the beginning of his senior season, the U.S. agent, he was being compared to the likes of Captain America early in his collegiate career, but he really fell off in his senior year. Aaron, what did you think of the surprise of Wyatt Russell?
It's so funny to like do, because that's basically what's going on here. It's like, man, oh man, like what in the world? Like those of you who don't know about Valparaiso, let's put you on some game. Just like we're in March Madness season 2, so you always hear about schools that you've never, ever seen. It was Florida Gulf Coast pick. I love that team. It was fun times. It's
alley-oops on alley-oops on alley-oops.
Alley-oops on alley-oops. Shervin, you'll always be famous. Just the insanity of like how big this cast is going to be too. Because like, without spoiling anything, did not hear nothing about no Wyatt Russell. Didn't know nothing about that. Like, okay, you know.
How big is this room, by the way? It feels like it's just going to keep going and going and going.
Folks, for those of you who have normal jobs where you don't like sit in front of a computer, I feel for you. I don't know how you're going to manage to hang out for however long this is going to be, but start thinking up while you got the multi-screen going on one monitor. You need to figure out how to get another monitor over here for this. I don't know how you're going to do that, but I trust you. I trust you'll figure it out, because it looks like we're going to be here for a while.
This already feels like an all-time MCU type of moment with this type of release model because of how unique it is.
Man,
going back to my original question before we had the announcement, what do you? Who are your hopes that get added to this team, Aaron?
Oh, that's right, because we had like a ding 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 go off before I got to say anything. I like Iman Vellani to be there, especially after last night's episode. I really enjoy that. I don't really expect that, but shoot, if U.S. agents in this movie, sure. Any young Avengers crumbs will be accepted. Champions crumbs will be accepted into the fold here. You know, I'm obviously avoiding some things with that, but I am like selfishly for myself. If Teyana Paris's name comes up here, you will get me jumping out of this chair on stream. So you should be rooting for that as well.
Hell yes, that is exactly what I want to see. One, for your reaction, but two, I want to know what the hell is going on with her in that universe that she ended up in with Binary, as her mother is Binary, with the Beast there. I need to know what the hell is going on. I love the Iman Vellani call. That is absolutely one of my hopes as well. We'll talk about it as soon as we start getting into spoilers for Daredevil.
There we go.
But man, there's something in that episode that got me really excited about what she could be doing. My biggest hope is that we see a chair with the name Tatiana Maslany. I want to see her back as She-Hulk in Avengers Doomsday. That's what I'm hoping for. Damon, I know there's one that you're obviously hoping shows up. So I'm going to make you give me two.
How dare you assume things, TJ? How dare you assume?
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I'm killed to see Haley Steinfeld again. The fact that she has the same number of appearances in the MCU currently as another character in her show, who is a much smaller character, it says enough on its own. So yes, her. I'm kind of going through the obvious ones in my brain, where it's I feel like Brie Larson is absolutely going to be in this movie. Paul Rudd wasn't a character I was going to absolutely assume is going to be in this movie. Simu Liu, a Shang-Chi, I'm absolutely going to be in this movie. I'd say one that would be a wild card. I don't think Deadpool Ryan Reynolds is a wild card, because we still got it. Why is Thor crying? And Thor was the first character listed here, so whether Thor's crying in this movie or the next, can I just throw one out? Can I just throw one out? Because you know what I'm gonna say, TJ. You know what I'm gonna say. I want to see Anya Taylor-Joy as Magic in this movie. Give me some New Mutants love.
We're talking Doomsday. We're not even talking Secret Wars yet, man. We're talking Doomsday.
Hey, man, whatever. You want a crazy answer? I'll give you a crazy answer. I went through all the obvious ones. I think Benedict Wong is a possibility, but I am of the belief that Cumberbatch will not be in this movie, because he will be kind of off doing something else, still on his little vacation with his goth girlfriend, doing his own thing.
Here's the next question. We've obviously been trained from Andrew Garfield to be no, I don't believe a word you say, since he went, no, I'm not in No Way Home. No, I'm not in No Way Home. No, I'm not in No Way Home. Damon, we have been all aboard the Children's Crusade as part of Doomsday Secret Wars theory, as of, oh my gosh, no one can stop Doom. Who could possibly stop Doom? Maybe we need to go get Wanda Maximoff. Billy, let's go find your mom. Ghost Agatha leads the crew of young Avengers around. They resurrect Wanda Maximoff. She helps save the day. Now,
I would like to see her where she's not even needed to be resurrected. I'd like to see her in the Molecule Man type of role in Secret Wars, because she's the only one who could put up the facade that is Battleworld. I think that if we're trying to mix and match some Secret Wars of the past and Hickman's, Jim Shooters is literally give me two action figures, I mash them together, and that's a story. I would love to see Wanda in that Molecule Man type of role. But yeah, give me Elizabeth Olsen, especially a day or two after she's I'm not in those movies. It would be pretty. I don't believe her, by the way. I don't believe it.
Aaron, what do you think? Is she telling the truth?
You know what? I joked. I'm sad we did not have a weekly show over on Face Hero to talk about this, but we don't trust people from the Liar Factory anymore. Why are we trusting people? They run a liar factory over in Burbank. Why are we just taking people at their word? Because Paul Rudd literally said 2 days ago too. He's well, I don't know, maybe, I guess so. If him and then if Pratt are in this line of chairs today after literally 2 weeks after both saying, "Oh, we're not doing it." Yep. Let's key in.
That's strange. No, it's not.
What was the Swamp Thing?
Oh, the return of Namor.
We got Namor as part of the Avengers Doomsday cast. I love that. That is a very fun addition here, bringing a villain / anti-hero / hero to his people back for Avengers Doomsday. Damon, what do you think about this reveal? We got the Black Panther, and now we got Namor as well. We got Namor, and we got Sue Storm.
Oh, Lord. With no Reed around. Oh, no.
We got Black Panther and Namor. It's all coming together.
No, Reed. Pedro Pascal. Come get your girl.
The most
ridiculous. I'm excited about this. We were actually just talking.
Line in all of Marvel Rivals. Sorry to cut you off, but when he's like, Namor's like, you know, Reed, you and I have always wanted the same thing. And then he's like, I'm glad our goals are aligned, Namor. And he's like, yes, our goals.
There's some really good lines of dialogue in there. No, I'm really excited for more Namor. And I really like Tanak's performance in there. I really like this take on Namor. And I'm just excited now that it's like, it seems like at the very least with the casting so far and where we should be going, I mean, the fact that we're even bringing Namor into this, that we are taking in everything that was established in this multiverse saga, and we're just bringing it all in and said, okay, we have our pieces, let's play the game. And I'm excited for that.
Aaron, Black Panther's central antagonist is now officially cast in Avengers Doomsday. What do you think?
Well, that's a surprise. Like, that is a surprise along with like the Wyatt thing. Like, we are somewhere. Jonathan Hickman's like looked at his mailbox, like, where's my money? Like, where's my money? I love
cut the check.
Cut the check, right? He's sitting there in the background like Batista, like, give me what I want. He was such an effective villain, like, I guess, antagonist in Wakanda Forever, that it makes sense. You're gonna get a lot of these like fan favorites being in here. Thank goodness it's the Russo brothers behind the camera for this thing with this many freaking characters in here, because it's already kind of like, what is going on? There's so many characters in this freaking movie. I just that's really just exciting. Like, there are things, I guess, that are in this announcement that that people who know we're not privy to, and that is really exciting. Like, really truly exciting. Anything from the last 12 of these movies could be in here at this point, because freaking Namor is in here, freaking U.S. agent is in here. You know what I mean? Like, the sky's the limit. Sue Storm hasn't even been in a freaking Marvel movie yet, and she's already like in the cast. So we are in uncharted waters, but they are exciting. Also, dear God, hopefully Pedro Pascal is listed in here somewhere, because the jokes, they will not end if he is not in the cast and this man is allowed to Dirty Mac his way to success. Although in the comics, if you read Secret Wars, he gonna have some competition. Unfortunately, it might not end very well for our buddy Namor. Unfortunately,
there were questions about whether or not Namor would get picked this early in the draft, not because of talent. Not because of talent. There's definitely no questioning his ability, but there's just simply not that much tape on him due to him being an international player. He does not play in a league where the footage is readily available for American scouts. And so a bit of a surprise he went this early, but definitely a high upside pick. Here
TJ, I gotta say, I think this pick is actually going to be revolutionary going forward. This is going to change the landscape. This is the first mutant in an Avengers movie. Do not be surprised if movies going forward will be picking more mutants like Anya Taylor-Joy's Magic.
Oh man, we're committing to the bit, man. Listen, him being like, you know, a foreign player is hysterical, right? You got smooth game, raw athleticism, very controlled, always in control. He's out here, he's making his people better all the time. Coached them up to just a slightly heartbreaking surprise loss to the Wakandans back in Wakanda Forever. So, I mean, listen, a little higher than maybe we'd have reached, but certainly worthy of that pick.
A player that has the ability to play above the rim, but also has the fundamentals to play in a slow down style offense that really works the ball around. Now, are there any other predictions, theories, hopes for the Avengers cast before we start talking about Daredevil Born Again? Now, don't fret. Anytime a draft pick comes in, we will still pause our coverage of Daredevil Born Again to bring you our draft analysis. But
I mentioned anyone is game at this point. There's a movie that hasn't been brought up at all yet, and that is Eternals. I would not be surprised if we see the name of a Cersei in here. She has been on the Avengers before in comics past. I would not be shocked if we get an Eternal. Maybe Kingo. He's still on Earth. He's the only one still on Earth, I think.
I raise you a Dane Whitman.
That's what I was thinking too, Teach.
That's a good one too. That's a good one too.
Could you imagine the pop from people if he wasn't in anything except for Eternals until that, and then like, oh yeah, by the way, he's in Doomsday with the sword. My God.
Let's start talking about Daredevil
right.
Born Again, which was the original reason why we were here. But now we actually get to break it down. Before we start talking full spoilers, Aaron, I want to know your thoughts on the series as a whole. If I'm not mistaken, you've seen it in its entirety already, correct?
I've seen everything up to 6, so I saw a little bit more of this than like the average viewer, but I did not get to the end. I have been assured that it's only going to get crazier than what we've already seen. Episode 5 is my favorite episode of the series, though. Like that's really where I'm at. I love a lot of the recent output. Like I know that people are like, "Oh my God, it's not the same." I don't really, whatever, man. Watch what you want to watch, you know. And especially as someone who loves like Miss Marvel, getting any crumbs, any little bit of the cons is always such a delight. And people always say they want these things to feel like television shows. This is like an episode of television from 10, 15 years ago, like where there would be an episode where maybe it doesn't move the plot forward the most, but it's enjoyable. It gives you character. It gives you other fun things and like a little bit of a switch up because let's face it, episode 6 is a little bit darker than episode 5 is, right?
Great point. And I am so happy that we are able to get these types of episodes in Daredevil Born Again because it's long enough. You know, like that's been my biggest issue with Disney Plus is like if we're getting 6 40-minute episodes, I need the plot pushed at all times. I need it like to be constantly going because there's not enough space and time for these character building side adventure type episodes. As my cat headbutts my microphone here, sorry if I go mute, somebody else just start talking. But we have time for it in Daredevil Born Again. There's 9 episodes, they're an hour long, and so you can actually spend the time doing a side quest with the cons, and it's a whole lot of fun. It makes for an incredible episode, and I'm not worried about, okay, but what about the story? But what about the story? Because it's not a 3-hour television show in its entirety, a long movie. It's a real television show, and I absolutely love it. And it didn't feel out of place by any means. And so I couldn't agree more. A fantastic episode. Damon, what did you think of episodes 5 and 6? Still kind of relatively spoiler-free, surface level.
I'm very glad they released both episodes at once, because episode 5 is very much like standalone. It progresses Matt Murdock as a character to get to the point where he needs to get to in episode 6, but it doesn't affect like the larger plot. So it reminds me completely of those single standalone issues in between arcs and comics. And some of those are my absolute favorite. Like if we ever got a Doctor Strange show, like a proper Doctor Strange show, one of my favorite stories that came out over the last few years was Jed McKay. In between an arc, he made it so Dormammu and Strange have to spend a whole day with each other, like in a park playing chess just to talk. Like they commit one day in a year, and that's the entire issue, is them kind of giving both of their like perspectives. So I love that we did get 9 episodes of the series, so we can get an episode like that in this show where we can see a little bit more of, you know, the quote unquote day-to-day life of Matt Murdock. He's still not fully Daredevil at this point. And, you know, we get some fun little cameos as well, which is always great.
Aaron, what about episode 6 for you? Like you said, it's much, much darker. It's kind of fun. I'm glad that you've only seen up to 6, because now going into these 2 episodes, we can kind of speculate and theorize on what could be coming next. And so, kind of final thoughts on episodes 5 and 6 from a surface level standpoint before we dive in.
I mean, 6 is what a lot of the Daredevil fans, like I've joked around last night on stream that I'm sure Adam Barnhart hasn't touched the floor yet in the last 10 minutes of episode 6. That is what a lot of the internet that discusses the show really wants out of the character and out of the show. And that is cool. I am, of course, mad chicken and a little squeamish. So, I mean, that's like maybe 1, maybe 2 more compound fractures than I want in a television show. You know what I mean? But it kind of goes along with some of the story they're telling. It's not just useless. I also find the Kingpin stuff that is obviously mirroring Matt to be really compelling. Really, really compelling. I mean, Vincent D'Onofrio always has fastball, so you know, that's always going to be interesting. But I just like the way that they're setting it all up. And we are, for the people who might feel like episode 5 is a little slow or detracts from the main story, episode 6 throws that lever on the old trolley straight towards an explosive conclusion. You know, I dare say that I feel like the final entries are going to be really, really explosive, and that some heads gonna roll. If you think the episode 6 was as violent as this thing is going to get, that is wrong.
Couldn't agree more. I think things are about to get absolutely crazy, and I'm happy that we did see Matt in the suit in episode 6 and doing some badass shit like we've hoped it for. I didn't think it felt too long to get there. I've seen some people complaining on the internet that it's just been not enough Matt in the suit in this season. And I got to say, my friends, do you remember watching the first 3 seasons of this show? For what it's worth, I agree. I want Daredevil in the suit as much as possible because it's awesome. But do we remember the first 3 seasons of this show? He was in a suit for one of them. He had a little beanie over his eyes for the first entirety of the first and third seasons. He was only in the suit for season 2. And so we actually are still getting a fair amount of it in comparison to the original show. Let's start dissecting episode 5. I was kind of hoping I could draw it out long enough to get a name before we start talking spoilers for episode 5, but that's okay. The Avengers Doomsday stuff will come when it comes. Apparently it hasn't been 13 minutes yet to give us another name, but let's talk about a name we're all hoping shows up on that Avengers Doomsday cast list, and that's Aman Vivani.
Nope. It's moving. I think you paused it.
You brought it up.
Is it paused? It's paused.
Yeah.
I've been thwarted.
Hit that live button.
Because here's
Whoa! Ebon Moss Bachrach. We got the Thing. Another one. Fantastic Four. We knew they were going to be in this movie, and we got the Thing joining us now. I can't believe the video paused. I was thwarted. But another character we have not seen much footage of yet. outside. We've seen a lot of the actor, if you've seen The Punisher, because he is another person now who will be playing 2 roles in the MCU. And of course, if you're fans of The Bear, you've seen a lot of him as well. Aaron, we kind of knew the Thing was going to be in this movie, but what do you think of his placement in the draft? A good, reliable pick. You know what you're getting from the Thing.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, should I say a solid selection. I think that what's so interesting is that I wonder if the chair placement connotates anything, because Sue was so much earlier, and I don't want to get too into the weeds of like goofy internet scooper journalist stuff, but the stuff about Fantastic Four said that Kirby plays a pretty big role. Like, she's like a big part of it, other than just being a part of the roster and being a part of the team, but like thematically, right? And I mean, a big thing I think some of the people online, and I'm sure resident comics fan, young Damon, will probably agree, that you really couldn't have this movie occur, these two movies occur, without the Fantastic Four being a giant part of them. So it is like really kind of interesting, like to have her so prominently placed and then have Yvonne back here, even though he is going to be a lot of fun. You want to talk about somebody I want to hear bounce off some of these characters, and I haven't even seen a second of Fantastic Four First Steps yet. You can put him pretty high on the list. There are going to be some really funny interactions with him and these other people, other than just being like, this is how y'all live. Like when you get to the main MCU, because I'm assuming they're in another universe, like, we came to the ghetto. Like, why? Our universe seemed very nice, and like it was like the 60s and like shiny, and they look like they don't litter there. And then you get to the MCU and it's like, oh boy, y'all had a scroll. You had a scroll invasion that no one cared about. This is how y'all live. So it's fun to have them.
If you're just tuning in or you're confused by what's going on, you came here to see Daredevil. We are still, of course, talking Daredevil Born Again, episode 5 and 6, but Marvel Studios has decided to do a really long live stream announcing the Avengers Doomsday cast today. And so we are breaking that down as well. Every time they give us a new name, we talk about it. And then in between, we chat about the episodes of Daredevil Born Again. So if you're just joining us, smash the like button on YouTube, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and of course, make sure you subscribe to the Agents of Fandom wherever you get your podcasts. At Agents Fandom on TikTok and Twitter, Agents of Fandom everywhere else on socials. Give us a follow. Let's talk about a name that we want to see pop up on this list for Avengers Doomsday, and we got referenced in Daredevil Born Again, episode 5. That's Aman Vellani's Kamala Khan. One of, in my opinions, I think all of our opinions, the very best castings in all of the MCU. Like, this is an actor that is her character. She's just absolutely perfect, absolutely delightful. And in addition to the Mr. Khan, Yusuf popping around doing things in this episode, he's an assistant bank manager. I thought that was a pretty organic way to bring him in. I want to talk about what the hell his daughter, Kamala Khan, is doing in California. What is Kamala Khan doing in California with some friends?
She's got to recruit, man. Did you know Ant-Man has a daughter?
On this surface, this could be, her and Nakia going on a little girls trip, right? They going somewhere hot. It's spring break. But based on what we saw at the end of the Marvels, it does seem like there's a pretty good chance, Aaron, that old Kate Bishop and Kamala Khan are going to find that daughter of Ant-Man's and building the Young Avengers, the Champions, the West Coast Avengers. Could be any of them at this point.
I was going to joke last night that she was on the West Coast getting fitted for her very own eye patch, because that's where we're going. We're just going to build the team. We're going to get all of them together. It's going to be all right. The 8 million young people. Heck, I don't even know if Billy would be in there. He's kind of busy. He's got to find his brother, with a ghost. I mean, like, it would be very funny if the Young Avengers thing really was one of those Scooby-Doo mysteries from like 35 years ago, where it's just like a ghost telling them what to do and them going on small adventures in a haunted place. It makes me happy that even though the internet drives much of this conversation, they're still just forging ahead with what they have planned, because who cares? You know what I mean? Like, we waste so much time listening to people who are loud on the internet. They aren't going to watch anything, aren't going to care, or they're going to show up and hate watch whatever it is. So that's great. I'm really excited to hear any crumbs about that whole deal. Although I will say, I don't know. There is like a little bit of doubt whether this is like West Coast Avengers or if it's Young Avengers. Like, what's going on? Because the Wonder Man's still coming later this year. Everybody forgets. Like, we're going to Los Angeles in like November.
My initial thought was West Coast Avengers, but then I realized, like, what was the literal last time we saw Kamala? It was saying, did you know Ant-Man had a daughter?
Yeah.
And where the hell does she live? California, San Francisco. That to me seems like the most likely thing. It maybe not West Coast, but just building that team. Damon, what do you think?
Mm-hmm.
I think building that team, that is the perfect way to say they're doing this without actually showing it. Now, would I love to see like a little road trip between Kamala and Kate Bishop, kind of on the road doing some Young Avenger type of shenanigans? Yeah, because I love that arc in Matt Fraction's Hawkeye when Kate's like, F you, Clint, I'm going to LA, and hangs out in LA for like a couple weeks dealing with some Madame Mass things. I would love that little story, but this is just a neat little way to saying this is happening. It's off camera. And for those who aren't paying attention, this is it. Here you go. I think it was just more of that. I'm excited for it, though, because like Aaron said, I'm just glad that they're moving forward with it. Is it taking a little too long? Yeah. But like, I'm glad that they're still pushing forward with it.
One of the parts that this episode depicted really well that I thought this series has done a great job of so far is we are getting different looks at how Matt's abilities actually work and how those intense senses actually work from him. And we do see a lot of that in this episode. Aaron, what have you thought? What have you thought of how that has been portrayed so far? And then throughout this episode, with obviously, you know, we get the hardest hitting one when he's hearing Foggy's heartbeat in the first episode. But with this, there are some pretty cool examples with him breaking into the safe and the way he's listening to all the different bank robbers throughout the episode.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, like if you want like Matt to do other things besides just beat the crap out of people, which I mean is like one of, I suppose, in the power set. If you go on Comic Vine, it is in the powers listed. It's probably like really, really crazy martial arts strength. But it's really kind of awesome to think of like what a weird lawyer procedural with Charlie Cox starring in it, with like MacGyver powers that happen to be because he's blind. It has some real legs, and I hope that they have a crumb or two of this in season 2 as well. So hilariously, Brandon did a director interview on this episode with the director. You can find over at Brandon Davis' YouTube channel with our Face Hero content. But this is the only episode that remained untouched from the rewrite / reshoot process. This was always in the plan. This was always going to happen. And they felt strongly enough about it that it just did not get changed the entire way through, which is really interesting to me too. Like, I was like, oh, wow. So like, this was always kind of a thing that they really wanted to happen. And like, you know, to have this kind of like fun episode, and that also builds out Matt's wild echolocation sonar skills where he just deludes people. He matches Malone's the hell out of these burglars. You know, for those of you who've seen Batman the Animated Series, I could deal with this for a long time. Like I said, I would watch on like NBC in the 90s 2 seasons of Charlie Cox solving bank robberies and stuff as a lawyer using his ridiculous blindness powers. Like, sure, fine.
I just love that, like, the subtleties in the scenes where He's sitting there and he is not at all worried as there's a gun to his head. And it's like, well, damn, why isn't he worried? And you look at the guy's hand. Well, the finger's not on the trigger. And he knows the finger's not on the trigger. And with that note, there is the finger on the trigger for the next member of the Avengers Doomsday cast.
That's an Eternals theme, I think. No. Da, 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 da.
You got the music. The name will be announced shortly. The
No, that's
pick
Shang-Chi.
is in. Simu Liu! Shang-Chi is officially in Avengers Doomsday. We thought this could be the case because of a certain post-credit scene at the end of his movie where he's meeting the Avengers and they say, welcome into this brand new world. And then this motherfucker disappeared. He had this incredible movie with a post-credit scene that introduces him to the world of the Avengers. And we have not heard from him or seen him since. But Damon, I'm happy as hell that Simu Liu, Canada's own, is in this movie.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's welcome to the circus, kid. 4 years later, welcome to the circus. Actuality, you know, I'm really looking forward to seeing more Simu Liu. I don't know if we're actually going to go into like the whole origin of the 10 rings and all that stuff, but I'm really excited that he's here. If you want some more Shang-Chi, by the way, he's actually on an Avengers team right now in the comics. The Astonishing Avengers.
Damon, Simu Liu has been officially added to the cast. Shang-Chi is in Avengers Doomsday. It feels like a long time coming.
Oh my god. It's been 2021. It's been so long. Like, I mean, and that's what happens when you greenlight everything, when the CEO of the company tells you to greenlight everything and just do. That's so cool. Like, isn't this awesome? Like Brandon, like right now, like Brandon is like running around like in his house. Brandon Davis is like freaking out, which is like delightful to see. And our group chat for the show is like, BD, your boy, he's back. He came back from the war. He's in one piece. What's the name of Bojack's nephew or like uncle in BoJack Horseman? Is like Sugar, whatever his name, Sugarfoot, like Sugarloaf. He's like, he's back. Oh god, Cracker Jack. He returned back from the war. It makes sense because this movie at one point was Kang Dynasty, which Destin Daniel was going to direct, and so you assumed that Shang-Chi was going to play a big role because obviously the guy who directed Shang-Chi movie is going to direct this thing. So it's nice to see that. Also, in some real like we get to fun stuff. There is a 2 dates in between on the Marvel movie release calendar between Doomsday and Secret Wars. Some's got to go in those 2 slots. Some movie that either has been announced previously or we know about already has to go in the 2 slots. Is one of them freaking Shang-Chi 2?
I hope so. I hope like hell, because that is absolutely a movie I want to see again. Such a great supporting cast. It was such a great movie to help launch Phase 4. Like, it was one of my very favorite movies of the phase. And so I'm really excited for this. Damon, what do you think about the potential for Shang-Chi 2 happening in and around Avengers Doomsday? And what role do you think he could play in the movie?
I mean, Shang-Chi was actually one of the first Marvel movies I went back to the theaters 3 times to watch. I very rarely go back to a theater to rewatch a movie, let alone 3 times. So that's how much I really loved Shang-Chi when it came out. That was such a fun movie. If we were putting Shang-Chi 2 theoretically in between Doomsday and Secret Wars, I would love for it to be some sort of battle world type of movie, because that whole idea of like Hickman's battle world specifically, where it's its own realm, it's its own place, like anything is possible there. I think that's likely, like not likely, but if you're going to do it, put a movie in between those 2, and let's say Doomsday does end in an incursion and all that stuff, like it would have to be a Battle World movie. Thinking about it now and talking out loud, I think a Hulk movie is possible there, because there's a whole Hulk land in Hickman's Secret Wars that you can kind of do a lot with.
I almost
If we're
wonder
not just doing like a Battle World style TV show, I think would work perfectly. Like for this, if this is a dream scenario, a Battle World style TV show would be phenomenal to build this out a little bit more if you want to dive deeper, because you can theoretically, if you want to go back and read that run of Secret Wars, like you can just read Secret Wars like 1 through 6 or whatever it is, and then after that you can go read all the tie-ins if you want. And I need like some of those like tie-in type of stuff to be like optional.
I think that makes sense. Are you saying we'll actually see Scar again?
I hope not, but okay.
Well, I mean, he exists, and there's stuff to do with Hulk. I mean, the people have yelled about a World War Hulk movie for what feels like 3 years now. So I don't know. I mean, I also know you're gonna have to back up a massive Brinks truck to Universal to get them to give you the rights for Incredible Hulk. Like
I feel like that was one of those that came. There was a report that came out a year or two ago that those reverted. The rights situation, everybody knows, is just a mess, and it seems like most people don't even completely understand even the Spider-Man deal sometimes. So who knows?
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, like Carlos is in the comments, like they can't do a Hulk movie. You can do anything with money. Like full stop. They like somehow Namor was like included in the Hulk characters that Universal owned, and they had to like get it from them for Wakanda Forever. Now I assume for this too, I have no idea how that works. Maybe they can just trade a sportscaster again and get the rights back, like they did with Oswald. I have always been on team
Stephen A. Smith to Universal in exchange for
right, exactly. Straight up to NBC for like, okay, give us Hulk back. And then it'd be like, at what cost? Oh God, we lost everything. I've always been on team. The second Shang-Chi movie should be a tournament fight movie. Like your freaking like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, any anime, pick an anime, whichever one, and have that be in Battle World with other variants of people you already know, him fighting them and learning what it is to like get through that. And then you can have fun stunt casting people like we did with Deadpool and Wolverine. It's a lot of hilarity to have either older actors playing that or having other actors play versions of characters we already know, which worked out all right. Yeah, so if that's what it is, I'd be ecstatic. That'd be fun. I just know people really want a Shang-Chi sequel, so that probably
there's precedent for that too. Zhenluo Yang, one of his last arcs he did with Shang-Chi, it was literally like a temple style. The 10 rings are up for grabs, and he had to enter to prove that he like had the right to wield these. And there's some classic Shang-Chi figures in there, and then some newer ones like his brothers and sisters. So there's some like precedent to that.
Just saying. I said to someone to like have him be in a tournament style thing. And just pick either alternate T'Chaka or freaking alternate Blade or whatever, and just have Michael Jai White standing back to back with my boy, and you can just take my money. Take my money, please. It's donated to a good cause, you know. Wait, what? Richard, is that true?
I remember there being some kind of reports that Chris Evans was coming back as a non-Captain America character, and then he was like, no, that's bullshit. That's definitely not true. I can't remember if it was an actual trade, though, or if it was just kind of some sort of scoop report. Let's make the pivot back to Daredevil Born Again. Any final thoughts on episode 5, specifically in revolving around the corruption is coming to light within New York City? Matt's doing whatever he can to not be Daredevil, and simply by walking in a bank, he still is in Kingpin's crosshairs because Kingpin and his wife, hey, this gang has got to pay a debt to this gang, and this leads to the bank robbery. It's all connected here in New York City. Final thoughts. on episode 5, Aaron?
Man, I really enjoyed this. I know people are like, oh God, it doesn't feel like Daredevil. Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. But I really enjoyed it. And I feel like maybe people who aren't as embedded in the whole, like that if you weren't tweeting out Save Daredevil and you just enjoyed the show a little bit and you enjoyed the other MCU stuff, you really had a good time. It's like a fun time. Like, it's cool. And then we got back to, you know, the different color palette, basically, in the next episode. Fisk's evolution is like one of the really strong, subtle parts of this season that I feel like is going to get overlooked by some of the other stuff going on, you know?
Going back to the Chris Evans thing, Richard looked it up. He said the Wrap reported on the Chris Evans thing and Deadline reported about Haley Atwell.
Okay.
So it'd be very cool if we happen to see their names pop up here, especially the Chris Evans one would be wild. That does kind of feel like, unless it's going to be a heavy part of the marketing, they would probably try and keep under wraps if it was like a Hydra cap, something like that. Like they'd probably, I feel like, try and make that be a reveal for the movie as opposed to dropping in this type of setting. But we'll see. We will see. Damon, final thoughts, episode 5.
There was a part of me when they were getting the gem that I was like, oh, so when Fisk became mayor of New York, he actually was using like a gem that had the finger of the Purple Man to help control the minds of the people type of thing. So it was like, oh, they're getting the gem. And then it just turned out to be like a diamond, which is fine. But there was like part of like my brain that was going in that direction. But for anyone saying like, oh, that episode didn't mean anything, it meant a lot to prove that Matt needed to step up as Daredevil, because he kept trying to say his whole conversation with the Punisher was the law did this. Like, I brought it to the law handled Bullseye, and Punisher's like, are you sure about that? Because we all know how things are kind of like worked out that way, and we'll probably get out again. Who knows? But to go back to it, like, Matt needed to step in as Daredevil again because he's watching these cops come into this situation, or maybe just people. I don't know if they're actually cops or people dressed up. Regardless, they couldn't do the right job. In the end, the diamond still got stolen, and it would have if it wasn't for him. So that was almost the final decision maker before we get into the next episode. That was like, man, I really gotta be back here.
We got some music. Pick is coming in.
Is that Kamala's suite?
Where's you?
There we go.
Unsurprisingly, Yelena Belova seems to be as though she will survive Thunderbolts. And one of the most beloved character additions to the MCU since Endgame is back for Avengers Doomsday. Yelena Belova, Florence Pugh. Aaron, it's not a surprise, but it's still an exciting name to see because we all love this character. We all love this actor.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously that like she would be in there. Of all the Thunderbolts, I thought she was the only like slam dunk 100% going to be in these movies, right? And it's like a delightful thing because like Black Widow is like really, really fun on rewatch. If you go back on Disney Plus and watch it now, she just has that kind of it factor to her, like just period. I mean, when they announced Thunderbolts, I was like, oh, I really like a lot of these actors, but is this gonna be cool? And it might end up being like the best of these movies this year. It really could. It looks like a ton of fun. So it's super exciting to have her back in the folds. You know, if there are other reveals in this stream, see, one of the things I am looking forward to these movies, and I am shallow. I don't care. What it is. I cannot wait. If she gets to stand across with Scarlett Johansson, I will puke in the theater. It will be nuts. I will be like, yes, it's everything I wanted. anything like that, where it's like Anthony Mackie's special stance standing across from Chris Evans again. What do you mean you're not the person I know? Oh, it's good. It's good stuff.
The entirety of the Avengers when Doom takes his mask off. What do you mean you're not the guy?
Oh, yeah. I joke around about puking in the movie. Tom Holland's going to puke in the movie. He's going to be like, no, my boy.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Stark, what do you mean? Yeah. Oh, gosh.
On that note, actually, there have been comments made by Anthony Russo, who's just out here. Joe Russo's minding his business, and Anthony Russo is going out with just all these wild quotes about Avengers Doomsday in the news recently. It might be the other way around, but I think that's the one. That's the way it is. One of the comments, Damon, and maybe you haven't even seen this because you're off of the socials.
Woo!
But you're gonna hate it. One of the comments was other way around. Thank you, Ryan. It's Joe Russo who's been talking all kind of craziness, and Anthony hasn't said anything. So Joe Russo had a comment that said Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom will have some type of connection to Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark.
If I'm actually, as you were saying it, looking around for something for me to throw at the camera, but I don't. So just imagine that I did. No, thank you. This is one of those times where I got nothing for you other than just pure defeat and a no thank you.
I know you very much don't want this to be like an Iron Man who became Dr. Doom, anything like
God,
that.
No.
The one connection I would be pretty okay with would be essentially just if their world is quote unquote thriving from his perspective because Doom beat Thanos, and essentially Doom was the one who handled everything, like Tony was the one who snapped in Endgame. If they just make it like Doom was the savior of that universe as opposed to Tony being the savior of our universe, that would be like the one connection I'd be okay with. What do you think about the potential Tony and Victor Von Doom connection of it all, Aaron?
I mean, the thing is that the MCU is different from the comics, so it was never going to be one-to-one. I know this is a pretty dramatic departure in some ways, but also we haven't seen Fantastic Four First Steps yet, and I'm almost convinced he's going to be in that. We just haven't heard about it. I'm just convinced until I see it and he's not in there at all. Matt Shackman, you're not beating the allegations, fam. He's going to be in there too. So if that is how that goes, and he has like he's not even from our universe, whatever this is, that would be interesting. That'd be funny. And a lot of people like they just really like miss Iron Man. Like you see it in our comments, you see it all over the internet. They just miss the. And I joke around. I'm guilty of like. Obviously, and I believe this, I'll stand on it in front of anybody. People just miss 2019. People just miss 2019 and just in so many different ways that anything that comes from like the glory days of that summer where all those movies were making all that money, they just look at it with such a sheen on it that I know that they are like, oh, well, you have to give the Iron Man people crumbs. You have to do like this for them. Like it wouldn't make any sense for you not to do that. I know comic purists will be like, oh. And understandably, and if it's not done well, I think some other people will be like, ooh, as well. But I'm gonna try and give them the benefit of the doubt because so many of the people like out there, they see that man and they think Iron Man, and you gotta play into it somehow. It's also why I believe I'm like, man, you probably should have just cast a different actor to do this, and you wouldn't have this problem. But gotta have the massive, you gotta have the big face to put on the poster with all the other faces. By the way, the poster for this thing is gonna make that Infinity War poster look like child's play. There are so many people already been announced while we've been on this stream. I pity the graphic designers who have to figure out how to fit everybody's face and what size to make everybody's face. And don't think someone's agent isn't arguing right now. Wyatt Russell's like, listen, have his face be the background, have everybody else on top of him. How about that?
And they might get their wish because why the hell else was Wyatt Russell announced so early? I'm like looking through some Twitter group chats I have right now as we're going about this, and I'm seeing some being like, I've heard at least 30 names. I've heard at least 50 names. I've heard 83 names that they're going to be doing for this. Like, is this just going to be going for the next like 48 hours? Like the next 48 hours, Marvel will be live streaming and just have a different name every 13 to 14 minutes.
I'm discussing with our group chat right now. What are we going to do for the rest of the day, like to address this? Because like we obviously had like some stuff lined up. Everybody has their lives to like attend to, but this isn't stopping. Like we're not done. We're not going anywhere here. Like we gotta find a way to sit there, huh?
If I'm not mistaken, I think StreamYard has a function where you can stream to 2 different YouTube channels at the same time. So let's just combine and make sure we got one person on all the time until this ends, and just like, oh, you got a free couple hours, get in the stream. Doesn't matter if it's the middle of the night, and just do this for the entire
It's gonna be someone at 1 a.m. It's like, oh look, it's the guy from the bus on Shang-Chi who was recording the whole time.
Shout out to him. Do a flip. That's all it is.
Do a flip.
Music. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. Man, there was something silly. We got to get Bill Belichick's dog.
Yeah, just that.
David, have you seen this? Like 3 years ago, like I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. Bill Belichick, they were running during 2020. They were running the NFL draft remotely for everybody. And you had to be on camera for like.
Oh my God, the dogs! Yes, the dogs.
He just had his dog sitting in the chair.
Yes, oh my God, I forgot about that. Yeah. Oh, I forgot it. That was brilliant.
It's my boy.
Yes.
Like he's like, look at him. He draft. He knows what he's doing. This is nuts. Like it literally could go on for another 2.5 hours. I had stuff to do today, folks. I don't know what we're gonna do.
I might just, we might just keep going all day long.
You're like, I'm just gonna do all day.
Yeah, like I'm sure I can find other things to talk about after Daredevil is done. Like I'm sure we can find some things. Let's just text everybody we know and be like, hey, you want to make a cameo today? Hey, you want to come chat for a little bit? And just keep extending as long as we possibly can. This is such a funny day. I love when silly things like this happen. Like this just
we planned this too so unintentionally.
Yeah. Like it just
You're like,
happened.
oh, it's a double episode on a Tuesday. I was exhausted last time. Can we push it to Wednesday instead?
I absolutely love it. I love it. But let's pivot back, at least briefly, until we get Belichick's dog.
That's what we're doing right now. This is us. This is all of us right now.
Oh my God, I forgot about
I'm gonna come bring my dogs down, and might bring the baby down for a little bit and just kind of
have the baby in the chair. Like, okay, listen, don't do anything, don't press anything, just sit here, because that's gonna go great. That might go worse than the dog, to be honest.
Oh, there's no way she'd be clicking all kinds of buttons. Has anybody got the time count? If you're in chat, let us know the time count if you've been counting of how long before the next name comes out, because I don't want to go fully deep into the next Daredevil episode just for one to start up right at the beginning. Plus, we got a bunch of new people popping in here as we go. So if you're watching us on YouTube, smash the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Follow the Agents of Fandom on socials at Agents Fandom on TikTok and Twitter, Agents of Fandom everywhere else. And follow the Agents of Fandom on wherever you get your podcasts. We may be here for a while, friends. We may just keep hanging out. So tell your friends, tell them to come hang out. Drop the link, retweet the posts on all the socials that we've been having, and let everybody know. Come hang out, because we're not only talking some Daredevil, we're talking some Avengers Doomsday, as they're dropping the cast every 13.
It should be in a couple minutes-ish, because it was 1:05 last time, Eastern time.
Jesus Christ.
So let's briefly start diving into Daredevil Born Again, episode 6. Aaron, like you said, this was a much darker tone than the last one. The last one, it kind of seemed like Matt had the upper hand at all times, and it was just while there was danger, it felt fun and like he was in control.
Mm-hmm.
But this one didn't feel like either our main protagonist or antagonist had really any sense of control. What do you think about episode 6, Daredevil Born Again?
I mean, it is really interesting to watch. Like all season, it feels like people have been just needling, boy. Like you need to put the mask back on. You need to get back out there. You need to do this. And
there we are, quicker than we thought. We didn't have as much time as we thought, but the music is here. The pick is in. Let's see who we got. A gun.
It's like cosmic-y.
A raccoon, I guess. Other people.
ooh, let's go.
There's our confirmation that Tiana Paris will be in this movie. Beast!
Oh!
Kelsey Grammer, who is mostly known as Frasier Crane, will be back as Beast in Avengers Doomsday. We have, of course, seen him as Beast in X-Men, X2, X3. And then we saw him come back in the Marvels, in a post-credit scene, in an alternate universe. And now Kelsey Grammer is back as Beast. I'm trying to weave how this could be a possibility. And my first thought is, what if Doctor Doom comes from that same universe that our girl, Monica Rambeau, just got shot to? What do you think, Damon?
It's possible. I think it's also possible that this Doom is from the F4 universe, but seeing this is making me believe that possibly the end of Fantastic Four doesn't necessarily have to end with them leaving their universe. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be in the MCU 616 by the time it's over. They can still be in theirs, and then the post-credit scene could be obviously leading towards this. But it now, technically, TJ, any universe now is up for grabs. That includes Deadpool's universe.
Oh, yeah. They always have been.
That includes Anya Taylor-Joy's Magic universe.
Oh, shut up. You got me. I wasn't expecting it. You absolutely got me.
It's on a string.
Shout out to Dolphin in chat saying that music, that was X-Men 97 music. That was the Newton Brothers. Shout out to our friends, the Newton Brothers. You can find our hour-long interview with them up on the Agents of Fandom YouTube page. We talk X-Men, we talk Daredevil Born Again, and a whole lot more. So you can find our interview with the Newton Brothers up on the Agents of Fandom YouTube page, as well as Daredevil Born Again showrunner Dario Scardipan and executive producer Sana Amanat. Plus, we're going to have live shows coming up. This is why you got to be hitting the like button, subscribing, hit the notification bell. In addition to our Daredevil Born Again live shows, as soon as those are done, we're going to have Andor live shows every week. As soon as the episode drops, we're going to have, or maybe we'll have to redo that since they're dropping 3 at a time. We're going to be talking The Last of Us every Monday. Damon's ditching me for that, but Sean Mont of Metalcore Nerds and, of course, Agents of Fandom will be my co-host for that one. And for Andor specifically, I don't want to, I'm knocking on wood, praying everything goes well here, but look, I may have already booked some flights. We got some exciting interviews coming up for Andor. So stay tuned. Make sure you hit the like button because we got a lot of exciting stuff coming. Kelsey Grammer is here, Aaron. It's not quite Tiana Paris, but it might be the next best thing.
Yeah, I mean, so this means that everything is like Damon said, the draft pool is way wider than we could have ever imagined. I didn't think this was happening. Just to let it be known again, there's some things in here that I'm like, woo boy, bigger than Doctor Doom seems pretty reasonable now that everything possible could happen. And also, if this is getting announced, how long is this stream? How long are we gonna be here? Who are you people? How did you end up in my house? Like, this is really crazy.
Genuinely, like if I'm making guesses, I bet this will end at like 10 p.m. tonight.
I am in the process with the group chat for the show we host, like literally discussing, are we going to telethon this thing? Because it's not going to end. And I know Brandon has other commitments. I know Jenna's like doing stuff and all this. I'm like, but like, seriously, we probably should just all sit on YouTube. Every YouTuber you know right now, every podcast you know is contemplating doing this right now and just scrapping an entire day of work and just sitting on stream with all of you reacting, because this is nuts. It's crazy. Like, I'm shocked. Like, what?
I'm telling you, we might have to form a team.
Like, we might have to form a team. Like, really?
Yeah, like, we might have to form a team and do shifts for the next 24 hours.
They have eye patches up in Canada, for those of you who don't know. TJ is going to go get fitted for his, because he's putting together a squad. Is Paul busy? Where's Paul?
Oh God, no! Are we getting like Schwarzenegger's?
The Expendables?
Oh God, no! What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Schwarzenegger's Fury.
Oh, as soon as you said Schwarzenegger, my brain just went immediately to White Lotus, and
my brain completely blanked for a hot second. I was just like,
for those who
what's Nick Fury's name again?
For those who have seen the most recent episode of White Lotus, you know what I'm talking about. But it's a hard thing to forget.
There's a legit
chance now.
There's a legit chance now, like Channing Tatum's on the table.
Oh yeah,
Jennifer Gardner's back on the table. Yeah. Bring her back as Daredevil Elektra, by the way, because I'd love that. But that's all on the table.
All right. Speaking of Daredevil.
Okay. My lord. That was a good transition.
You were saying, Aaron. What were your thoughts on episode?
Right. I don't remember what I was about to say.
Oh, it's Hasselhoff, not Schwarzenegger. I'm so sorry.
David Hasselhoff. Who, by the way, follows me on Twitter. He could be watching this live stream right now of us talking about him, and he could be offended that you forgot about him.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I have Schwarzenegger on the mind for whatever reason.
There you go.
I just offended the Hoff.
This is the weirdest follow-up to a SpongeBob movie I've ever seen. I'm trying to get back, because now I'm like, there's so much warring happening on my phone. I'm like, uh-oh. It is interesting to see how many people poked and prodded freaking Matt Murdock to get in the suit, Shinji. Fight all the bad guys yourself. Don't worry about due process or anything. He's got a little John Bernthal on his shoulder being like, you could do it yourself, Fred. Like, all the time. And to have the damn burst, and then to have thematically have the damn burst with Fisk as well at the same time is really smart. It feels like the old show where obviously you two chuckleheads are on a collision course. Obviously, you can't be trusted to live this life outside of the whole, like, being outside the law. Heath Ledger, we're destined to do this dance forever. GIF, like it's happening. So that's gonna be swell. And I mean, for the people who think there wasn't enough action in this show, if this is where we're going, I feel like y'all gonna be eating good. It took us a minute to get set up, but you need to set up for the breaking people's faces and compound fractures to matter. You know what I mean? If the entire season was just Charlie Cox cracking heads, you wouldn't need John Bernthal to come back as the Punisher, because he'd be doing all of it himself. You know what I mean? So yeah, episode 6, while not exactly my jam, totally moves all of this stuff forward. Sets the table really nicely for what I'm sure is going to be an explosive, wild finale. And it just does. And also, I think is the most violent thing on Disney Plus. Are we in somewhat agreement that, at least in the Marvel corner of this thing, is
Yes,
the most
okay,
violent
yes.
thing for sure.
Yeah. Easy. Not even a question.
Richard's like, I want to sub in, by the way, just so y'all know.
Rich, if we actually decide to take this thing beyond our Daredevil chat and just keep going all the way through to kill some time, I'll absolutely be dialing that phone. we'll have to see. As soon as I get hungry or have to go to the bathroom or something like that, so I might have a little bit less motivation to be like all day. Let's do it. But we'll see. Like Cap, I could do this all day. Damon, what were your thoughts on episode 6 and your boy Swordsman makes an appearance in the episode and is a active vigilante in New York.
Active vigilante running around with a sword. How is that not like, out of all the illegal vigilanteism type of stuff, you know, Punisher's absolutely up there. A man running around with a sword? Like, how have the cops not at least handled that responsibly? Like, come on. Regardless, I did get a good chuckle now because they both, like, he now has the same amount of MCU appearances as Kate Bishop, and that's a freaking swordsman. So that's fine. I'm fine. We'll get through with it. But it was fun seeing him, and I really enjoyed episode 6. I think episode 6 is absolutely something that this show needed for, like, the larger fan base that this show is bringing in. And I can at least look at this episode, because when I was watching it the first time, I was starting to get a little antsy, because in my head, I'm like, this is episode 6 out of 9. We only have like 3 more episodes out of this. I do need to see this man in the suit at some point, because then I will start to get impatient, and then I will even get worried about like the discussion elsewhere of there not being any more Daredevil and Daredevil. So I was very excited to see that, like, we did get Daredevil in here, and the Jack Duquesne of it all, very fun. I thought that was fun. There is a character, 2 characters when Fisk is talking to Duquesne at like that big rich people gala that I thought were the Stromwinds. They're not, at least according to the credits.
That felt faster than 13 minutes. Are we speeding up the process?
I hope
Is that Charlie Cox?
I don't know this theme.
Pick is in.
Wong?
Yeah, that might be Benedict.
One of the Benedicts. Oh,
not the freeze.
Oh, the Void theory can look pretty good, Damon. Your Void theory looking pretty good. Lewis Pullman's Century has been added to the cast of Daredevil Born Again. You can find our Everything You Need to Know About Thunderbolts podcast up on the Agents of YouTube, on the Agents of Fandom YouTube page. And we talk about how this character has many different origins and power sets. Some say he's got the power of 1,000 exploding suns, and he's among the most powerful Marvel characters. In other iterations, he has a version of himself, a dark version of himself called the Void, where Damon has theorized that maybe in Thunderbolts he's going to send his Void will be the same Void that we've seen in Loki, in Deadpool, and he will help create Battle World by sending people there. And the theory's looking pretty. It's got legs. Now that Lewis Pullman
Not dead yet.
has been added to the cast of Avengers Doomsday.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick, because we all probably would have imagined that he would have died by the end of that movie. But maybe not. Well, definitely not, maybe not. I mean, definitely not. So it's it's possible. It's possible that he may be sending people, like, if you think a character is going to die in Thunderbolts. Now, I will say this. If that is the case, and we are playing with the
idea of you think these characters are dead early on in that movie, and it's later revealed that they aren't. It kind of sucks that we're getting these names now, but I also get it because production and leaks and all that stuff's gonna happen. So interesting.
You know how Avengers Infinity War begins with Thanos absolutely just dismantling the Hulk, and it gives us an immediate oh shit, this guy's strong. I think after Thunderbolts, when we see the full scope of Sentry's incredible powers, Doom is just gonna dispatch of him, absolutely dispose of him early on to show us like, hey, this Doom's not to be fucked with. What do you think about Louis Pullman's addition to the MCU, Aaron?
That's great. Like the chat is joking around that there have been more Thunderbolts announced to this thing than Fantastic Four members, which is delightfully silly. And also, right, was my guy? I forget what my guy's name is. He definitely got in the chat and was like, "Am I supposed to be here?"
Jeffrey Goldberg.
Nintendo Game Gear in chat says he has worked. He is working on costumes for the film.
Who, the guy? Yeah, he's like, I think he's down in the wardrobe department. I don't know. And he's like, just ignore me, like I'm not here. Pullman is like, Sentry is like a big deal in the comics, and I could see him getting absolutely dog walked by Robert Downey Jr. for sure. Hello, this is the first time I've ever met this small person on the screen. Hello.
1 year old today and just woke up from a nap.
Oh boy. Man,
May
what
not
a
get
treat.
Natasha Romanoff in Avengers Doomsday, but we do have Natasha Zwarych for the Avengers Doomsday stream. So we're close enough. We're getting there.
Happy birthday. Oh my goodness. What a day. I mean, look, you get to celebrate that. I hope that I don't think you guys named her after Natasha, but still, namesake. Let's like the prayer circle now, you know?
Yeah, she had it's not like the namesake, but it definitely put it closer in our minds from how much we love the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I did throw off throughout the idea of to Ross Marquand the last time I was with him that we should take a picture with the two of them, but then he felt that was a little bit too dark, because Ross is, of course, the Red Skull in Avengers Infinity War. And he felt that was a little bit too dark to take the photo. But let's pivot back here to Daredevil Born Again. We still got more to talk about before we go fully into...
Fully commit to this.
Fully commit to this and go into telethon mode. I thought it was so interesting the way that they demonstrate Fisk falling back into his old ways. And one of the great ways that they do that is like he's lost so much weight for this mayoral run, right? And now he's doesn't fit in his suit anymore. As he's mentally and emotionally becoming closer to the Kingpin, he physically is transforming back into the Kingpin as well, Damon.
Yeah, he's slowly turning into that Spider-Verse level of Kingpin, where you just see him just get so large that his head is the size of like a little donut on a giant brick body. I love the comparison just between the two throughout this entire episode and this entire series. Honestly, they've been mirroring each other, where they both want to be this idealistic version of themselves. Matt wants to be completely removed from Daredevil. Fisk wants to be removed from Kingpin because he wants to see, theoretically at least, he wants to see New York in a better space, or at the very least, I want to get all these vigilantes out of here, which this is his way of going about it. As this series has progressed, they have been mirroring each other, falling back into what really is their true selves. And this episode in particular, where we see Fisk start to get bigger, we see Matt literally put on a mask again for the first time since episode 1. He put on a mask to be, quote unquote, Daredevil again. I just love the parallels. The writing in these episodes, when you're comparing the two, is top class in that regard. And hats off to the whole team because I've really been digging that. I loved it.
I loved how I'm happy you brought out how they were mirroring each other. And that starts out of it just being their experiences are mirroring each other and they're both falling back into their old selves. But we literally get the scenes transitioning back and forth between the two of them later on in the episode. And I thought it was so fun how I was coming straight off yesterday, right before watching the two episodes of Daredevil Born Again. I was on the Love and the Time of Hydra podcast with our friend and Aaron's wonderful co-host, Jamie Jirac. And we talked about how in that episode, there was a lot of... she's got thoughts too.
You did.
There was lots of mirroring of one group taking things by storm and just like an absolute bulldozer, bowling everything over, taking no names. And it resulted in this very chaotic and dark, she's making me lose my train of thought here, but a very like chaotic and dark interaction. Whereas another character at the exact same time is going into a situation like, hey, I am your friend. I am not here to hurt you. I'm just here to make sure that you're safe and everything's okay. And seeing both of those mirror at the same time and come to the conclusion at the same time in that episode was really, really well written. And then I went to this Daredevil episode right after, and it was so similar of how Matt's falling into the darkness and Kingpin's falling into the darkness at the same time. But Matt's darkness is really heroism at the end of the day. Like, as much as he does some dark shit and beats the shit out of people and wants violence and like deep down craves it, he saves a lot more people than he hurts. And I really love those parallels in the episode. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I think that upon rewatch, or at least when we get to the end, that some of the comments that were made about White Tiger could be like some of the same comments you could make about Matt's time as Daredevil, where it's like, maybe it's not always on the complete and utter up and up, but his heart's always in the right place to help people. You know what I mean? Helping people might make more of a difference. The hilariously shady read from White Tiger's niece in the beginning of this really kind of puts his feet to the fire in a way that makes it's impossible for him not to respond once things really hit the fan, once he realizes, oh, wait a second, my traditional modes of getting justice probably are going to fall short here in the face. Oh, hi. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
That's my bad. She said, see you later, Aaron.
I know. She's like, I'm tired of you talking.
Got blipped by a baby.
Fair. Ariel's like, do it again, girl. Do it again. Yeah. So I just feel like it's really propulsive. It makes all the sense in the world for the character.
Couldn't agree more.
She's ready for the next name. She probably is. She's like, what happened to all the music? Where's the music?
Great timing. Unbelievable timing, Aaron. The pick is in. Superman. David Cruz.
Wow, that'd be dumb. That'd be amazing.
Chair's moving. Danny Ramirez, Falcon, is back.
Oh, fun.
That's nice. It's no surprise. It's nice. We're happy he's back. He's a great Falcon. I don't think we got to spend too much time on that one. Go watch Captain America Brave New World in theaters and go check out our interview with Captain America Brave New World director Julius Ona up on the Agents of Fandom YouTube page. You brought up Angela. Is she in this series? Is she Angela Del Toro or Angela Ayala? Because Kirsten called her the Ayala girl.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were rolling with too.
Kind of seems like they've just combined Ava Ayala and Angela Del Toro into one.
It'd be the first time Marvel's done that with a character.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought this performance from her when she goes and starts talking shit to Matt was absolutely incredible. Just a truly great acting performance. I really hope we do see more of her in the future. We got like I was sitting there watching episode 6 later on when Muse had her, and I'm like, motherfucker, Damon is right. Really, no one is safe that appears in this show. Like, we don't want any of our favorites to appear in the show because they will die.
Keep Kate Bishop away from New York City as long as possible. Stay in Los Angeles, girl. Please.
100%. 100%. And so I'm happy that she ended up making it out. But I got to admit, like, what's your thought process here? You're going to go stalk a serial killer? Find your amulet first. Find your uncle's amulet before you go hunting serial killers. Like, what were you planning on doing in this situation? It was terrifying. I hated what she was doing. I like the idea, but girl, you need some powers before you start going serial killer hunting. What do you think of this new potential future White Tiger in Daredevil Born Again, Aaron? And do you think she will don the mantle in this series?
That's an interesting one because like Brandon did a mention of this with the director, I think of episode 3 and episode 4, where apparently the amulet was keyed up a little bit more in the original version of this series, and they decided to kind of tone it down a little bit to kind of focus more in on the emotion of like White Tiger and like what's going on with him. So I feel like maybe that means that you get there is hope yet for a final episode of a Disney Plus series suit up sequence. Still, Brandon's favorite bugaboo is still 100% on the board, and I am excited about it. I love laughing about that every time it happens. I adore it because it bothers him so much. But I feel like after this, listen, go keep your head to the ground, be your friendly neighborhood White Tiger, and we'll call you up to the big leagues a little bit later because you had a really, really rough experience there your first time out. As TJ said, the hubris of a child being like, I'm just going to go out there with no amulet or nothing. Like, they killed my uncle with this amulet on, but certainly I don't need it. You know, like, no thank you.
All the eye patch jokes we've been making hit a little bit harder after this episode of Daredevil Born Again. Damon, after this episode, has your thought process of if she becomes White Tiger or not in this series, has that changed after watching this episode? And what do you think of the performance?
Oh, sorry. Can you say that again? Apologies.
We talked about whether or not she'll become White Tiger in this series last week, but has your perspective changed after watching that episode? And what did you think of her performance?
Oh, no, she's absolutely going to become White Tiger at some point in this series, if not this season, next season. I have a personal, as we've been kind of like talking about this show week by week, I have in my head created the who's going to get blind spotted power rankings. And that is who is going to get blinded by Muse, but live to tell the tale, which is what happened to Daredevil's protege in the comics, Blind Spot, which is why I say blind spotted. And I am so sorry, Angela, you have shot right up to number 1 on the rankings on that one. Because I went to go back and look at essentially Ava's White Tiger suit, and her eyes are just green there, you know, like she just has green eyes, glowing green eyes. And we go back to the amulet, you see a little bit of the shine of the green eyes. I have a bad feeling also, and you go to Hector's current suit, that you see the eyes. Girl's gonna get blind spotted, but somehow the powers of this amulet may just make her eyes type of glow that greenish color. I do think she will become White Tiger in this show. I just fear for what's going to happen to her. Because as we said, no one is safe here.
You're right because we were like kind of like teasing that, and we're like, maybe she got saved from it. But yeah, you got a point. And if you're ever going to have a mentor to teach you the ropes of being like, you know, like have sight deficiency, Matt Murdock would be the person to train you how to be a superhero in those conditions. So
Somehow Stick has returned.
that will be now. See if they get the guy who played Stick in the freaking Netflix series to come back for one episode to kind of run her through her paces, I'd be like, wow. What a
Matt's trying to train her, and he just sees hears Stick in his mind of and you just see the guy of just a ghost version of Stick helping Matt through it.
Hey, ghosts are a thing in the MCU now.
Ends with him going, by the way, your friend Foggy, he's alive. He's trapped here in hell. You got to go get him. And then we get Chip Zdarsky's full run of Matt going to hell to save Foggy, and Foggy comes back. But speaking of pulls from the comic run, we get the full vigilante task force engaged. Fisk's own little version of the Thunderbolts, which of course he can't call them that because the Thunderbolts are being used as a name for this upcoming movie in May. But Fisk has got his task force, and he is using all those asshole Punisher wannabe cops as the way to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron, we've talked about this kind of every week, but what do you think about it was surprising to both of us that they're actually leaning into the whole these cops idolizing Punishers are idiots, and Punisher's probably going to take out a bunch of cops. It was surprising that they were leaning into that storyline.
One does not simply sign John Bernthal back to be Punisher, announce it so far ahead of the series premiere, and then not let him do the Punisher screech and really go to town on people who are run afoul of his principles. So I feel like while it might feel good in the moment for you to side on this and be weird and be deluded, and also Fisk knows that Frank Castle's still out there, so he is absolutely feeding them to the slaughter. He knows, yo, he gonna catch wind of this. You're gonna hear the whoa, and then they're gonna die. And that's not how that's gonna go. Unfortunately for them. I mean, they're all kind of bad. If you signed up for the Fisk, the entire operation, you kind of get what you got worse special awareness, since they're joking about Force Ghosts in the chat, than any Stormtrooper I've ever seen. Y'all, you're going to get killed. It's not going to go well for you. So, it is kind of amazing to watch them lean into somewhere Mr. Conway is very happy that the guy who made the play, he's very, very stoked that they're doing what he would want for the character to be doing on TV. And I also think that also as well, because of how this show is and because who the stars are, they don't care that it's going to piss some people off because the backlash won't be as bad as maybe some other characters in the MCU. So they're taking full advantage and taking the swings that they can take, right?
Really, really good point. And I think we're probably going to get the next Doomsday announcement any second here. But Damon, a really interesting part of this episode was, we talk about our thoughts on Daredevil and our thoughts on Punisher, and Heather is looking to write about vigilantes in her next book as well. She talks about the Punisher. Matt laughs it off and jokes about it. She talks about Daredevil. He immediately goes stone-faced.
Yeah, quickly to go back on the other point. They brought in Cole North, who's a character from Chip Zdarsky's run, and they changed this character so much. That is only Cole North in name. That guy was a detective from Chicago who moved to New York City, and he did not like vigilantes, but he was not I'm above the law, I'm a Punisher loving type of guy. In the end, he actually ends up joining Daredevil on his side in the fight against the Hand and all that stuff, and him and Foggy end up kind of running their own thing. That was only Cole North in name. So when they're yeah, my name's Cole North and I'm a Punisher wannabe, I'm oh, okay. But back to Heather. I'm still of the mindset with her that I feel she's not fully anti-vigilante. I think she's just curious as a therapist, as someone who works in that side of the field, like how their brain works. And it's just, it is ironic that it's like, well, you have this guy right here. He knows. So I'm fascinated if she's going to write a book that's may turn out to say like there's something wrong with these people. And obviously she may not have any idea that Matt is Daredevil.
Do you think Matt will reveal to her, or she finds out that Matt's Daredevil this season?
Only if she gets blind spotted.
We'll talk more about Muse in a little bit here. Aaron, pick is in. We got some music. The pick is in. Next member of the Avengers Doomsday cast is coming.
That's an F4 character. So
Pedro Pascal or Joseph Quinn? What if it's Galactus?
Natasha Lyonne.
Yeah. Pedro, Joseph Quinn.
Human Torch.
No Pedro Pascal yet. It's interesting.
If we didn't get Namor early on, I would have been fascinated if we got like essentially RDJ, then Namor, then Reed, and then maybe Strange, because that would have been very Illuminati-esque.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been wanting this movie before everything changed with it to essentially be Time Runs Out, which is the story arc before Secret Wars. Because if we didn't have like a big villain, the villain, in my opinion, just could have been time itself. Like you're literally just running out of time before the end of the world. So there's a possibility that, well, not a possibility. We're absolutely still seeing Pedro Pascal in this movie, but we may get some Illuminati-esque thrown around in there.
Aaron, I'll throw it to you. I know you may have to get going here fairly soon, so I'll throw it to you for whatever you like. You can talk Heather Glenn. You can do final thoughts of the episode. You can talk Muse. I know you also have a brand new way of helping people know what TV and movies to stream on free platforms as well. So feel free to talk about that.
Oh, thank you. So I recently started my own little podcast. It's called Free Space. It's how to watch free TV on most platforms. You can go find me there talking about all the different options in free streaming. We have a mini episode coming out this week and a big episode with Jen Anderson is our first guest coming this week as well. If you've ever thought that streaming is too expensive, if there was too many options and you don't know what to watch and you're just sitting there with like couch paralysis, like I don't know what to do, we can help with that. Over at Free Space, I give recommendations, I give spotlights to stuff. We're gonna get some creatives in here to like do interviews about different things. I'm working on a couple of them right now to get different options because there is a ton to watch for free out there. You don't have to break the bank. It's really fun. I'm also doing a physical free streaming TV guide as well that you can hold up and be like, oh, wow, not on a screen. Here are recommendations with a little bit of writing and like micro essays and like art in it. Printed by the wonderful Rizo Studio Arts here in Los Angeles. Junha, the legend, printed out by hand, the copies. It's amazing. No two of them are exactly the same because the way like risograph printing works, there's always like different little offsets and different little weird stuff. So if you really like print media, like physical, having a thing in your hand to like guide you, and you want to watch like movies, like different weird little movies and classics, I'm doing stuff all across the spectrum and all sorts of platforms. So like Tubi, Roku channel, Pluto, Prime Video, Canopy, YouTube, all of it goes into one place. And that's howtowatchfree.tv, and on social, how to watch free TV, Free Space. Enjoy your free time.
Well, thank you again for joining us today, my friend. Where can people find you on socials, and then where can they find Face Hero?
Oh, goodness. So Face Heroes over on Brandon Davis's YouTube channel. I am probably being summoned by Beacon over there right now because I know that we have to talk about this again. We were going to talk about it earlier this morning, and then it lasted 8 hours. So yeah, that's Face Hero. If you Google search it, it's on Brandon Davis YouTube channel. And it's at Simulate Hornet on all socials to do jokes, post about stuff, keep up with, you know, my viewing habits, my terrible golf game, whatever. There are the occasional MCU takes. We're doing better at being on socials now that we are not affiliated with other brands. So yeah, guys, this is delightful. This is way more eventful than I thought even this episode was going to be, which is just hilarious. We can never just have a normal Wednesday. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Couldn't agree more. And this has been a blast, an unexpected one for sure, but an absolute blast. So thank you so much for joining us. Check out Face Hero. Check out How to Watch Free.tv. Thank you so much for joining us, Aaron. And we'll chat again soon.
Yep. I might be back depending on how long the stream goes.
Perfect. Sounds good. We'll be in touch. You let me know if you need me over there. Well, and you can come back over here if needed as well. So we thank Aaron for joining us. And Damon, let's get back to some Daredevil Born Again, because I want to talk about Muse.
Yes,
this guy
my
is
Vincent
scary.
Van Gogh.
This guy is cool. I think my theory is more right than you, and I think Vanessa is going to die this season, much like you did. But I don't think it's going to be Frank that takes her out, because we already have the anti-vigilante task force set already, right? We don't need a reason for that to come about. It's already there. I think we keep seeing this blood-spattered white piece of art that they have on the that has been a big part of their relationship. I think that's going to be a canvas with Vanessa that Muse is going to use.
Bro, oh man.
Because we know he hates Fisk.
That. I'm sorry, I'm a sicko, but I would love that.
We know he hates Fisk, and I think that's going to be what comes to light here with Muse and with Vanessa. I was surprised he didn't seem to have any powers.
He does a little bit. You could tell, like, any normal human probably wouldn't have been able to go like full 1v1 with Daredevil on that, like dodging a lot of the punches and stuff. And clearly he has some sort of powers, because dude looked pretty dead at times and like would, you know, like kind of back to life a little bit. But a lot of people forget that the things that Muse would do to make it so Daredevil couldn't sense him was more like flashbang type of stuff, the sensory deprivation type of things that you throw on the ground. So we haven't seen that yet, but he clearly has some sort of like undeadness to him that will shake him back, almost like what we saw with Bullseye, where Bullseye looked pretty dead and then just like type of thing. So he has something.
He's eventually found out, not by the police, but because Fisk is trying to get some murals taken down. They can't get the paint off. Why can't they get the paint off? Because it's blood, and they realize this dude has over 60 plus victims at minimum. And learning about that is the breaking point for Matt. That is the final straw.
It wasn't so much that itself it was, I feel like, Angela going to him and being like, I want this, like, this is my dad's mission, or sorry, this was my uncle's mission, right? This was the White Tiger's mission to go figure this out. He was the only one who cared about this, because the city didn't care. And her looking at him and say, I can't go to the cops about this because the cops killed my uncle. You're the only one I can go to about this. She doesn't know he's Daredevil, but like, you know, like she's just like, I need somebody to do something about this. It was that plea that when you incorporate it as well with that last episode, the one shot, the one-off episode, when you incorporate it with that, when Matt realizes like, I have to take things into my own hands or else things just like won't work. I can't trust the police force here, unfortunately. I have to do this in my own hands. So I think that's what was like really pushed him over the line. And look, I'll also say this. I know some people don't like the VFX of him swinging around the city, man. Like, that's Daredevil to me. I like him running on roofs. I like him. I like him running on roofs. I like him like swinging through the city and stuff.
Yeah, I like it too. I thought it was better this episode than the first one. But I thought it was pretty darn cool as well. We get kind of the Chip Zdarsky bearded Daredevil look, and in this episode, he does his classic primal scream. He's officially back. And do you remember you're off Twitter, maybe you didn't see it, but I remember there was a review that went viral about Daredevil Born Again, and it was like, the series lacks the religious themes that the original series had. This dude's reading the Bible, praying over Foggy's funeral card, asking for forgiveness, hoping that Foggy will understand why he needs to do this. Heavy religious, not even undertones in this, but thematically throughout. And it leads to the eventual parallel fight where Fisk is just descending fully back into Kingpin mode, beating the shit out of Adam.
Can we say that man brought an axe? Him walking down the stairs with the axe was horrifying, like straight horror movie material right there. And then, like, as he's talking about, he didn't say when I was a boy, but when I was a child, and he brought up that whole story, and he gave him the axe to be like, I want to make this a fair fight. And it was not a fair fight.
Not a fair fight.
Because as Ash says in the comics, I've never seen an artist like Muse fight like that. It's funny. They're literally both fighting artists. One of them is like an evil superpowered artist, and the other one is Adam. Sorry, Adam. But like, we see both of them simultaneously just descend to their true form. And the correlating fights, also the heartbeat from hearing a really slow heartbeat from Angela to save her, to then go to Adam, whose heartbeat is rising faster and faster and faster. The use of those sound effects, incredible. Very well done. Love that from both sides. And so the build up to it was great. The correlating fights, fantastic. And it's TVMA. It's solid work. They spare no expense in the violence of it all. And in the end, Muse gets away, which I love, because Muse doesn't have a lot of appearances. He's only essentially been in like one arc and then another arc. So he's been in 2 whole arcs. So there's more to Muse coming ahead, because we need Muse to really set things off going forward.
The pick is in. We got another one.
Another bell.
Is that a Thunderbolts one before last time that happened? Here it comes. Chairs are moving.
Yeah.
David Harbour, the Red Guardian, will be in Avengers Doomsday. Kind of looks like the entirety of the Thunderbolts will either survive or be shifted right to the void. It's kind of weird that they're announcing all of these Thunderbolts prior to that movie being out.
That was the most surprising, because outside of Taskmaster, who we still haven't seen yet, may actually be dead out of all of them, David Harbour's Red Guardian was like the one character I think we all kind of agreed on. It's like, yeah, this is probably going to be his last movie. He's going to be the big death that, like, he's going to be the Coulson type of death that puts them all together and everyone will be sad about it. So surprising. I don't want to say I'm less excited for Thunderbolts because of this, but I'm interested.
Ryan keeps making the joke about Olga Kurylenko's name popping back up, who is, of course, playing Taskmaster. And everybody thinks she's going to die. But as much as Ryan's joking, I don't think she's going to die. I think there's something else they're hiding about the character. I think she's going to be yappy, just like the comic and animated version, and they're trying to keep that under wraps. So I'm with you, Ryan. Olga's name is popping up there. She's going to be in Avengers Doomsday. Any final thoughts of Muse, Kingpin, Daredevil, any of them? Final thoughts on Daredevil Born Again, episode 6.
Like I said, episode 6 was absolutely an episode that needed to happen now. I'm glad they dropped both of them on the same day because I could not imagine the discourse online if we just got episode 5. I really couldn't imagine the discourse. It also shows that like the release models of things are very important. Whether you do 2 episodes at a time, 3 episodes at a time, a weekly run, which I am so grateful this show outside of like a couple weeks does a weekly run because it allows us to talk about it more often, but it allows you to theorize going forward. But when you have episodes grouped together like this, it helps. I don't want to say the weaker episodes, but it helps those one-off episodes. It helps the experience of it all. So I really enjoyed this episode, in particular episode 6, because we got a lot of Muse. It was violent. It was creepy. I keep calling him Vincent Van Gogh because that's one of his nicknames in the books before they officially dubbed him as Muse. And I'm just digging the show. I'm really glad about the creative overhaul this show got, because I feel like without the characters like us seeing Frank a couple episodes ago, about us seeing Foggy and Karen, specifically seeing Foggy die, a lot of the weight wouldn't be felt as much. So I'm really glad about like that overhaul because it feels like it would have been lesser if we didn't have those moments.
Very, very good points. I couldn't agree more. I'm really, really interested to see how they're going to conclude this season because I've really, really been loving it so far. Like these first 6 episodes have really done it for me. I've kind of felt like the series has gotten better and better as it's gone along. And I can't wait to see how they're going to try and stick the landing because these have been some really, really strong episodes. We're going to be back next week talking Daredevil Born Again episode 7, but we will not be on Wednesday. We will be back to our regular time of Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Soon as the episode is done, we're going to hop on. We're going to go live. Still figuring out guests for that one, so stay tuned. But we've got some really fun stuff coming because as soon as Daredevil is over, we're going to be talking Andor. As soon as April hits, we're going to be talking The Last of Us. We're going to have our weekly live shows just as we always do. And we're also going to be having some really, really great interviews for Andor. So stay tuned because we got some fun stuff coming. We're not leaving yet. We are putting a soft cap on our Daredevil conversation. We will still potentially, as we bring in some different guests over the next little bit, we might stay for a half hour. We might stay for 2 more hours to be determined. But as we have some new guests pop in, we'll still get each of their thoughts on Daredevil as they pop in to get some different perspectives. But I think from now on, we're going to spend most of our conversation shifting to Avengers Doomsday. Let us know who you are wanting to see on this list of chairs that we have not seen yet. Let us know who you're most happy about seeing that we have seen already in the YouTube chat. I'm with Aisha. I would love to see a Brie Larson pop up there at any moment. Some Aman Vellani, some Tatiana Maslany. Those would be some of my top names to see show up.
Obviously, I need to see some.
But who else is missing for you that you need to see there?
I need to see some Disney Plus shows. Like characters. I need to see some Disney TV characters on here, whether that be a Wiccan, whether that be a Kate Bishop, Ms. Marvel. I know we have the Marvels kind of associated with her in that way, but I need to see some of the TV characters kind of like thrown here as well. Tatiana Maslany, as we mentioned. Haven't seen her since her show, and I think this is an opportunity that we have. Like the craziest thing about this, the longer this is going on, first of all, the size of this room is crazy because I don't know how much farther back we're going to keep going into the depths of infinity.
Before they go, it's a different row. Like,
yeah, like, are we even getting another row? Like, oh, is it going to go back? And then how far back does this go? It's crazy. So I would love to see Lizzie Olsen in here. I think that would be a great big surprise. I would like to see some more surprises, but we still have to get through some of the names that we expected, like the Brie Larsons of it all, before we keep going. I have no idea how much longer we're going to keep going on this.
I have no idea either. Like, it genuinely, to me, might be like 24 hours. I don't think it'd be, like, I could see that being something they do. Where it's just like,
I doubt that either.
Forever. I do wonder...
How big is the budget for this thing? This is crazy.
I do wonder how deep they're going to go in terms of, like, revealing stuff. Like, Elizabeth Olsen saying she's not in this movie, to me, makes it seem like it's going to be a surprise that she's in this movie, so they probably don't put her name here. Chris Evans as some character other than Captain America or Human Torch would probably be a reveal surprise that they would want to be keeping hidden. So unless he is actively in the marketing, I feel like they wouldn't put him there. There's a lot of people saying that, like, there's just dozens of names that are going to be coming up here. I got to imagine there's going to be some that they're still keeping behind the scenes.
Maybe for Secret Wars, but, like, I'm fine. See, I don't know. I there's a part of me that's saying I'm fine with it because I learned, like, cameos isn't, like, they don't fully do it for me. Like, a movie isn't made or broken based off cameos, and nor should it ever be, right? It's about the plot, and that's just about the hey moments. But it would have been nice, like, to go back to Daredevil for a little bit if I didn't know that Jack Duquesne was going to be in the show, because that would have been like an oh hey, or if I didn't know that we'd see Mr. Khan in the show, like, that would have been like, oh, that's a cool moment. So I hope that there are a couple of surprises, but if there aren't any, like, I'm fine with that too, so long as there's plot surprises.
Yeah, I'm good with that as well. There's Aisha joking in chat, Amelia Clark. Hopefully not. Let's continue. As much as I love Amelia Clark, we want to pretend like Secret Invasion never happened.
There was a part of me that when we were talking about Sentry being, like, hulked from Infinity War, that I was like, oh, maybe Gaia could be, like, hulked in this movie. So it's like, because it's like, oh yeah, well, we got the super duper scroll, and then it's like,
they're gonna just pretend that show never happened. They're gonna sweep it under the rug. I don't think it's ever gonna be referenced more than we saw.
Hey, Nick Fury, what have you been up to? Not much.
Then just like, ooh, scroll, quick scroll mention.
Samuel L. Jackson's probably gonna get brought up. That's a name we haven't said yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We brought up David Hasselhoff, but not Samuel L. Jackson.
I think Ryan's bringing up a great point in chat. Will Chris Hemsworth's daughter be returning? We need love. Thunder is going to be there. We need love there too, because otherwise, what the hell was she doing at the end of that? Like, I feel like they're going to be teaming up, and whenever we see Chris Hemsworth in this one, he's probably going to have a little daughter by his side.
Throw her in the Young Avengers too. I mean, if we're having like a 50+ character movie, like, you know what this whole thing is, TJ? This has been years in the making of the joke I've been putting on for the last 2 years. Will so-and-so be in the movie?
Sure.
And that's what this big announcement is.
Pretty damn much. I couldn't agree more. We're very much looking like just everybody is going to be in here, because let's set the over-under right now and let us know what you think in chat. I'm going to say at 4 more hours, over or under, how long this announcement will take. The pick is in.
That's a Wakanda character.
Let's see which one. The pick is in. Sounds like it's someone from Wakanda.
I want M'Baku.
We're going to get Winston Duke right here. The chairs are moving. The pick is in. Winston Duke. M'Baku will be in Avengers Doomsday, as Winston Duke has officially joined the cast. I'm going to bop out of here and take a quick little 5-minute bathroom and snack break, but I'm not going to leave you alone, Damon. I'm going to bring in a friend, and that is from Agents of Fandom and the Direct.com, Richard Nebbins, making his return to the podcast. Welcome, Rich. How are you doing? What have you thought of the reveals, and what have you thought of Daredevil Born Again through 6 episodes?
Well, firstly, Daredevil Born Again has been amazing. I've loved it, kept up with everything. It's been so much fun. And
Holy crap on these reveals. I mean, what a day for Marvel to do this. Only Marvel Studios could make 100,000 people, hundreds of thousands of people sit at a screen for what are we going on? 2 hours and 17 minutes, 3 hours and 17 minutes. And they just have us wrapped around their friggin' fingers, and we all love it. We're back for more.
Oh, it's great. Any picks so far that you've been most excited for?
Well, the most recent one, Winston Duke, I am so beyond down for. I love M'Baku and everything he's been in. The shocking ones, obviously, were Namor. I did not expect to see him back. That was a real shocker. And then there was one other one that really...
Kelsey Grammer, for me, was the one as Beast that surprised me the most. But it should... Just because it really showed how wide we're kind of putting this net into the MCU, because we did see Tiana Paris kind of like go into that universe. So we're finally at least acknowledging that, which is great.
yeah, for sure. Like, I wasn't really shocked that Kelsey Grammer was going to come back, but I am so beyond thrilled that he's going to be. I mean, he was one of the best parts of that movie.
I mean, I like the Marvels enough. You know, it's a fine enough movie. We know what people have said about it. But seeing Beast at the end of that movie just got our hype levels up for movies like this so much. And seeing him confirmed for Doomsday, like having Kelsey Grammer in an Avengers movie, I mean, this is next level for people who've been watching this stuff for 20, 30 years.
Oh, for sure. Also, David Harbour. We just had David Harbour as well. It was a big surprise,
So
just
cool.
because I think a lot of us speculated that his character is probably going to die in Thunderbolts ***.
Yeah.
So it seems like, you know, maybe if he does die, it's not so permanent. Who knows? Like that's been my theory of it all. Back to M'Baku, just because I love this character. One of my favorite characters in like the whole Wakanda realm. What role do you think he's going to play in this movie, other than just kind of like being with Shuri and doing his thing?
Man, I don't know, because we've barely ever seen him like outside of the Wakanda setting. I mean, even when he was in Infinity War and Endgame, he wasn't really in Endgame much at all. He had like a couple of action sequences. I don't even remember him having any lines. But then in Infinity War, we got to see him interact with Chadwick Boseman for a minute, you know, R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman. And we got to see him in a couple of really cool fight scenes, especially like right before Thor came in, like right as Thor was coming in with Stormbreaker. But I am so excited. He needs to have a great one-liner, because he's had a great one-liner in every single movie. He's like, I mean, "You bald-headed demon" is one of the best lines in the entire MCU for me.
I love M'Baku as a character. I'm really happy he's back. He's been a fan favorite of mine in all of the Wakanda and Black Panther movies. Going forward, we did our predictions. For your predictions, is there anyone not listed yet? Let's say of the main cast, outside of like crazy predictions. Is there anyone that of the main cast you're like, I'm expecting to see them, like they better be here?
Well, at this rate, especially considering how well this movie did last year, I'm expecting Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman to show up. I know they're going to be there for Secret Wars for sure, but considering, you know, Deadpool and Wolverine became the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time, considering how much people have loved Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman in the MCU so far, and how much they want to see them interact with so many of these other characters, even for all the interactions that they got in Deadpool and Wolverine, I would be kind of shocked to see Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman left off this list personally.
I think for me, they're a given at this point.
Definitely.
Like, we gotta know why Thor's crying, man.
Absolutely. And we got to get another interaction with him and Chris Evans as Johnny Storm. Because we've heard Chris Evans was in this movie, as I was saying in the chat earlier, but we don't know if it's Cap, if it's Nomad, if it's Dark Cap. It could be Human Torch potentially.
It could be Old Man
Could
Steve.
be all of them.
It could be Old Man Steve. We do not know.
Yeah,
we do
for
not
sure.
know. Any wild cards?
Oh, wild cards. That's a good. Well, we did hear. Actually, I was thinking on the Daredevil Born Again train. We did hear a rumor that Charlie Cox was getting ready to potentially, get in shape again for
That was debunked, at
was
least
debunked.
by
Okay.
Charlie Cox himself. However, as we just had Aaron Perine on at Face Hero, there's these people go to the school of lying.
Yeah. Since Andrew Garfield in No Way Home, I don't believe a damn thing any of them say. Like, there is nothing that they could say, whether they say they're in the movie, whether they say they're not in the movie. The whole Elizabeth Olsen thing going on right now, I don't believe her for a second. I mean, maybe her more than others because she has, publicly talked about that she's not like as on board with the Marvel train as other people. But even so, I would be kind of shocked to see her not come back at some point.
Oh no, I absolutely agree, and I also agree with Emma. Like, I think it's a given that we will see some sort of spider characters in this movie, because that's been one of the few movies so far that have actually like dove into the multiverse,
And there's the fact that Spider-Man 4 is in between Secret Wars and Doomsday. It's the next movie to come out right after Doomsday. So I'd be shocked if it didn't tie in at least a little bit. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a huge connection, but I'd be shocked if it doesn't, considering Spider-Man 4 is now supposed to be another multiverse movie.
Yeah, I mean, we brought this up earlier about how there's a good chance that Spider-Man 4 movie is going to be in between in between Doomsday and Secret Wars. And if that's the case, I would not be surprised if it's like a Battle World type of movie. I don't know what you thought about that.
Yeah, no, that could definitely be the case. I mean, we've been speculating about Battle World in one or both of these movies for a long time, especially with the whole Doom thing, and God knows everybody's going to want to see Spider-Man versus Doom at some point. So,
yeah, this has been a day, man. This has been a wild
day, dude. I'm on vacation right now. I can't.
Oh, good Lord.
I'm in Southern California. I had to do some stuff. Actually, it's pretty cool. My family and I were able to get dual German citizenship. So I'm officially a U.S. and Germany citizen now. But I'm here for a few days just with some family visiting. And I knew today was going to be big, obviously, because we had Daredevil yesterday. But then this announcement came up. And I didn't expect we'd be getting the whole damn cast for Avengers Doomsday. I'll tell you that much.
I think this, for me, is going to go down as one of the wildest memories in the MCU, just because like I cannot recall the last time Marvel did something like this, or the last time we were all kind of around our computers, around our devices, just like searching and scratching for some information here. Fantastic Four trailer, but like this reminds me of a much bigger, more dragged out like San Diego Comic-Con type of idea.
Yeah.
Or even when we had like the now infamous Investors Day, where all this information was coming out and all that stuff. It's just crazy to me what this day has kind of turned into. I'd love to see everyone in the comments if anyone has any more characters they want to see brought up. And again, there's a chance that I would like to see some names that have never been associated with Marvel Studios before either.
Yeah, for sure. And like I would love to see a character like you were saying, either not associated with Marvel Studios or that we just haven't seen in any of the Marvel Studios movies yet. Like we know there's certain other X-Men coming back. We've heard rumors about like Halle Berry Storm or like James Marsden as Cyclops. I'd love seeing characters like that included, and especially now with Kelsey Grammer confirmed for this movie. That would be super, super cool.
I was actually gonna do Loki first, but yeah, Morbius. In reality, those Sonyverse movies are on the table.
Fucking Morbius.
It's on the table. Madam Web on the table. Morbius on the table. Craven on the table. That one is crazy. Bring back Harley Keener.
You know what? I would not mind seeing him maybe as like a young Avenger or something.
But one I do think is more likely than not is Loki. I think Loki is going to be the MacGuffin of this movie. If not this movie, then, you know, Secret Wars as a whole. This whole thing is just crazy to me. I can't believe Marvel Studios is actually doing this. Mephisto getting thrown out there.
Oh, God.
Hey, do not forget Mephisto is like rumored
For Ironheart.
for Ironheart, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's possible. It's possible. I think a lot of the TVA characters.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were hoping for Miss Minutes in Deadpool and Wolverine, and that didn't happen. But we did get Hunter B-15. She's kind of running things now.
Yep. Hunter B-15. If anyone hasn't checked out, there's a good lord. So there's a whole Marvel comic series out right now called TVA, and this was pitched as a Marvel multiverse tie-in book. And it came out, I don't know if we had a whole conversation about this on the Comic Corner here on this channel, about how at one point in this series, they revealed that the Scarlet Witch is being held at the TVA, and everything up to that point is kind of like MCU canon adjacent, because they're bringing up all the events of Loki and Loki Season 2. They bring up events in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. The Hunter B-15 that is in that book is Hunter B-15. Mobius, who's in that book, is Mobius. Like, OB is OB. Everyone is them. Sylvie is them, right? But they revealed in that issue, that there's a chance that the Scarlet Witch is going to be back, and then the artist came out and was like, so I do not believe for a second that Scarlet Witch is not going to be, if not in this movie, in Secret Wars either. Like, she is going to play such an important part. Like, there's no chance.
Exactly. And like Scarlet Witch has been discussed as one of the most powerful characters in the MCU, at least top two, like along with Doctor Strange and stuff. We've been talking for the last 3 years about how nobody believes that Scarlet Witch is actually dead after Doctor Strange 2. So I would be more shocked than not if she didn't come back for one of these movies. And maybe they end her arc in one of the next couple of movies, in Doomsday or Secret Wars. But, you know, I'm expecting her to be back in some capacity at least.
I would like to see also who we got. I mean, I brought this up before, but we have like the Disney Plus of it all with Moon Knight, with the Young Avengers. Like, anything is on the table. TJ, welcome back.
Thank you so much. Who do we think is next?
Who do I think is next? I like to see a Young Avenger thrown in there. Either that, or I'd like to see Brie Larson. I need to at least get like Brie Larson, who we know is going to be in this movie. I just need to get all like the knowns off the table.
I was going to say Brie Larson next, because I'm shocked we haven't seen Captain Marvel. I thought she was coming after Captain America.
My hope is Iman Vellani or Tatiana Maslany, but Brie Larson and Benedict Cumberbatch feel like two that we got to get off the board here. And if not Benedict Cumberbatch, maybe Benedict Wong, to explain for us why Doctor Strange is busy. He's in the dark dimension with Clea.
Right.
On vacation with his goth girlfriend, man. Leave him alone.
Shout out to Iman Vellani and Tatiana Maslany. I got to meet both of them last year in Superhero Con, and they are both the best.
Joining us as well to help break it all down, we got my former co-host of the Invincible podcast and future co-host of The Last of Us after show we will be doing, Sean Mott, the Metalcore Nerds. Welcome, my friend.
Hi.
What's up, Sean?
What's up, dudes? What's going on?
You in a while.
I know, it's been a minute.
Tuned in, following the chairs since early this morning. I know you're a Severance fan as well. The work is mysterious and important today, my friend.
Oh, dude, the chairs have been on this whole time. Just the chairs. I'm just watching the chairs. I'm like, you know what? These announcements are like 50 minutes apart. I can like put something else on in between, but I just haven't.
I hear music.
That music?
The pick is in. What do we got next? Coming up, Damon, do you recognize the tune?
recognize this.
No
one.
idea.
I like Ryan's guess in chat, Xochitl Gomez. I could see that happening any minute here as well.
Xochitl Gomez. Let's see. Hannah John Kamen.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Ghost, isn't it?
Oh
Yep.
my God! Ghost survives.
Ghost survives. Oh, it seems as though all of the Thunderbolts, Damon,
Not Taskmaster.
I am believing your theory more and more every second. The Void is going to become Battle World, and Sentry's going to send them all there.
I'm buying it.
They
buying
changed they changed the title of the video from just announcement to Avengers Doomsday cast announced.
Oh, yep. I see that
Yep.
now too.
There you go. Everybody but Taskmaster. Is Olga coming? Will she survive? Is Taskmaster going to be announced? Sean, back to you. What have you thought of the announcement so far? Are there any what's your biggest surprise and what are your biggest hopes that we haven't seen yet?
A big surprise has been Kelsey Grammer, I think. Obviously, the post-credit scenes of the Marvels made it seem like he would play a factor in some way, shape, or form down the road, but it was nice to have that confirmation, like seemingly early on, too. First, X-Men announcement. That's cool. That's been my favorite, I think. I've been stoked to see like Shang-Chi, be in there. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about them announcing all these Thunderbolts things. Do you think that's like hurting the movie?
So I don't want to say I'm less excited for it. I think it's giving some things away. Because a lot of the intrigue in that movie for me, and whenever we discussed it, was the who's gonna survive of it all.
Yeah.
Now, I had that twist that I've been saying, which is a lot of the characters you think are going to die aren't actually dead because the Sentry's alter ego is the Void, and we already have a place called the Void, and we've been saying Void, I've been saying Void a lot, is going to essentially become Battle World. So I had the idea of Sentry / the Void sends people to that landscape when he's dusting them away. Like a lot of people think they die, but in reality, they're kind of transported there. So there's still a chance now, as TJ's been kind of saying, like my theory lives, but I feel a little weirder about it because it's like, are they either proving me right or they're all going to survive? And if they all survive, then it's like one of those, oh, I wish we didn't know this before going into the movie,
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's kind of where I'm at too. That's a very good theory. I like that theory a lot. I guess like as far as also awesome seeing Namor. Did not see that one coming, and that's a cool addition. Also, I think they knew what they were doing, announcing Namor and Sue Storm before Reed Richards. Good job on that.
True.
That was dirty, and I liked it. But I guess like hopes, like it'd be great to see a Ryan Reynolds or a Hugh Jackman. It'd be insane to see like Mahershala Ali, and I think it'd be even crazier. This is less. I'll go less crazy than crazier. Less crazy would be like a Tobey Maguire or an Andrew Garfield. That would obviously be a big one. Obviously, we got to get Tom Holland in here somewhere. There's no way they're going to do this whole thing and not have Tom Holland in it. And I think the biggest one, if they pulled someone who, like a legacy Marvel person who hasn't returned yet, like if they did like Michael Fassbender or something, or James McAvoy, I feel like that would be a big thing. Because I know the big talk of the town of this announcement was supposed to be, hey, this is like RDJ level announcement, which anytime I hear that, like I never like tend to lead into the hype of that, but I feel like some big announcement like that, where it's like some old school person definitely going to be in this movie, I think that would be a big, nice, people would get really stoked about that. At least as a reaction as like RDJ coming back. Like if they brought in someone beloved who hasn't come back yet, because like a Toby or an Andrew would be huge, I think, because everyone would be stoked to see them return again, but it's already happened, so I don't feel like it has as much of an impact. You know what I mean? I've tuned in. I tuned in a little bit to the beginning of the stream, and then I tuned out. Don't hate me. But has there been any ones you guys thought that you like want really bad to happen?
I said Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, but we feel like those are probably given.
Yeah, that'd be a nice bump though. You know, like he tried to play coy after Deadpool and Wolverine, being like, yeah, I don't know, like we made this movie and that's it. And that was our plan. And it's like, come on, dude. The movie is the highest grossing R-rated movie ever. You think they aren't gonna bring you back for the two biggest Avengers movies they're trying to make? Come on, let's get real here. Let's get real.
As Damon keeps bringing up, we need to see why Thor was crying. My hopes are Tatiana Maslany and Aman Vellani. Damon and I are hoping for some young Avengers or some She-Hulk here. I love Ryan's long shot pick in chat. Michael B. Jordan, maybe some Killmonger in this movie.
All right.
That'd be fun.
I don't know. I'm still kind of, in regards to the Thunderbolts question, on one hand, I kind of feel like I don't like the announcement because it kind of takes away some of the stakes.
Mm-hmm.
However, we knew there was a Spider-Man movie coming after Infinity War when we were going into Infinity War. We knew there was a Black Widow movie coming before Infinity War.
Yeah.
Yes, the Black Widow movie is what ended up being a prequel, but I don't think anybody really expected Natasha Romanoff to be gone in Endgame, considering she had a movie coming up right after that. There are still lots of ways that they could completely fool us and throw a wrench into things, but it does lean to likely. It kind of seems like they're going to survive, and I do think it's most likely going to be Damon's theory, where Sentry quote unquote wins, but it ultimately leads directly to Doomsday and Secret Wars.
I'll also say I'll fight back a little bit on what you said, because I do think there's a big difference in like this cast of Thunderbolts, maybe with the exception of Bucky and the exception of Florence Pugh, that like Spider-Man is not expendable. Right? Like there's no way Marvel was not going to make another Spider-Man movie. There is absolutely a way they weren't going to make another Thunderbolts movie because the majority of them died. So I think like in terms of that sense of thinking, it's different. Now the Black Widow of it all, yeah, you know, we knew that was a twist. I don't honestly remember if we knew that was going to be a prequel or a sequel until after Endgame, because of the whole COVID of it all. Like everything got a little bit of a wonk there. But I wouldn't necessarily compare the two in that sense, because Thunderbolts as a whole, it's not like a brand name. It's not Spider-Man. That's different.
For sure. It's just adding to the fact that like deaths can still happen even if people are appearing in future projects, kind of thing was the essential thesis to it. But we should be getting another name here fairly soon. Sean,
5 minutes or so.
I want to throw it to you. And Rich, if you haven't given your thoughts, I'll throw it to you after as well. If you did, well, I missed it. Never mind. But Sean, have you thoughts of Daredevil Born Again as a whole so far, and then episodes 5 and 6 specifically?
I am really, really liking it. I think it's a very solid series. I like how it feels like a TV show, which, I mean, there's some of the MCU series that I've really liked, but I don't think a lot of them have felt like proper TV shows. And I feel like this is the first one that really does, whether it be the score, like, you know, we talked to the Newton brothers of how the score feels like an HBO show. And I have this like funny thing with people and knowing too much beforehand. I think it totally skews people's perspectives on things, because I don't think people would think of these things beforehand if they didn't know it. Obviously, this show was filmed. They scrapped the idea, reshot it like a bunch of stuff, stitched it all together. And some people are like, oh, I can tell it's stitched together. I kind of like the frenetic nature of this series. Like, I like how it feels like New York City as you're watching it. Like, it just goes from thing to thing to thing, and it's just like, oh,
they're speeding
what
it
is
up. Is that Loki?
That's Loki.
Yeah, that's
Loki.
Loki.
Oh
That's
my
Loki
God.
music.
You know, Tom Hiddleston,
This
make
could be
the
Sylvie.
Beyonder theory true.
This could be Sylvie.
Oh my god.
He needs
I
to be.
swear, if it's a TVA person. Tom Hiddleston!
Yes.
Yes!
Woo! There
That is
we
the most
go.
important casting. That's the most important
Yeah.
casting they've done.
That makes sense.
Hell
We are
yes.
back.
That was one great because we love Tom Hiddleston and we love Loki. But it's secondarily and more importantly awesome because the theory lives. Damon and I have been saying since the conclusion of season 2 that Loki will play the Beyonder role in Secret Wars because who the hell else could? Who else will be that powerful at that point? He is
Scarlet
now
Witch.
the god of time and knowledge and stories, right? He is the one that if anybody's going to notice that there's a multiversal war coming and all the timelines are going to get incursioned and all messed up, it's the guy that's holding them all together. Damon, one step closer. The theories are running good today.
So far, so good. So far, so good. I mean, it absolutely makes sense. Tom Hiddleston had to be in this movie. Anyone who's surprised, I don't know why you're surprised. Because we've been saying this for well over a year. Since Loki season 2, we've been saying that Tom Hiddleston will probably be the Beyonder type of figure. It just makes the most sense. He's going to be the one that will kind of give the power, the approval, whatever, to set up and create Battleworld to save as many lives as possible. It just makes sense. And I do think also, because it may bring into the question, well, will this be a variant of Loki? I think this will be God of Stories, God of Time Loki. I think it will be that Loki. Not 616 Loki, quote unquote 616. He's dead. He's gone. Sorry, goodbye. It will be the Loki from Loki season 1 and season 2.
Agreed, 100%. Rich, what do you think about the theory? What do you think of Tom Hiddleston's addition?
I am loving it. I am 100% with Damon. This is going to be the same Loki that we saw climbing up to his throne and pulling the multiverse together at the end of Loki season 2. And it's not shocking to me. Like everybody thought we might have gotten a small cameo from him, maybe in Deadpool and Wolverine, especially with all the TVA stuff. Maybe like Deadpool and Wolverine could have met him or something, kind of get an explanation on how everything's going. But I love the fact that he's coming back in this movie. And this will be the first time we get Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston in a movie together since Endgame and really since Infinity War, where they've interacted. So I can't wait to see how Thor reacts to finding out that not only is his brother not dead, he's the god of time, god of stories, whatever you want to call him. I'm so pumped, and I mean Tom Hiddleston just doing his thing for almost 15 years at this point. I mean, good for him. I can't wait to see where he goes from here.
Sean, how about you?
This is the announcement that needed to happen, I think. I've been, since Loki's still my favorite series. We'll wait to see how Daredevil again finishes up with this first season, but I don't know. I'm a sucker for multiverse timey-wimey shenanigans, and I think Loki did it incredibly. I love that show so much. And I definitely agree, though. It's definitely the Loki version of Loki. The other Loki, he's gone. Bye. See you later. Sorry. But it needs to be him. And the Beyonder thing is a very good point. I do also think Scarlet Witch could play that role if push came to shove too, which has been also a very popular theory since the whole Secret Wars thing got announced. But yeah, I don't know. But to add to Richard's point, I have been theorizing since Loki happened that there will be a reverse of Infinity War where like Thor sacrifices himself and he says the same thing Loki said to him. And obviously Thor dying would be a pretty big kind of moment for Doom. Say if Doom kills Thor, that would definitely pose him as a serious threat for sure. And I think that obviously that needs to happen. Like us nerds love Doom and know Doom and blah, 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 blah. But the general audience needs to get put in that mindset. Same thing as what they did with Thanos. So I feel like that would be a big, but I really do want them to like at least interact once and Thor just be like, I feel like that can be such a powerful scene between Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston of him being like, "How are you alive?" Basically, and I just want it. I want that very, very bad. But I'm super stoked. I'm super stoked to see this confirmed because he needed to be a big part of these movies in order for these movies to work, especially in what they've set up with the MCU. Because like a lot of people have said, MCU's felt aimless. Have they really been building up to this? And it's like, regardless of the strands they've kind of thrown out in a million directions, Loki has been the building blocks of the multiverse stuff. So
yeah,
had to be involved. Had to be.
I'll say this on the Scarlet Witch of it all, and I'm repeating a theory I said earlier, but just so anyone who's jumping in comes in. I still absolutely believe the Scarlet Witch will be in this movie, but I think she'll be more like the Molecule Man type of approach, which is the character that is kind of powering Battle World or putting the facade of power of Battle World over all of it, because you need to bring all these people in and they need to be like, yeah, Doom, he's our god, he's our king, we love him. And there's only one character that very clearly and very smartly that they put out a long time ago with WandaVision that can create a whole world where people believe one thing.
It's true. Wanda Maximoff, and I can see.
Good point.
What if potentially both of our theories kind of combine, where she's doing that unknowingly, like her essence is essentially holding that together, and then that is like similarly to the Hex, but she's not even there physically to do it, and that is where Billy, Tommy, the Young Avengers rescue her from.
So I'm piecing this together as it's coming in my head. I think there's a chance that in Doomsday, the Young Avengers, which have been kind of pieced together already, setting them up, the young champ, whatever the freak we want to call them, the youngins, are piecing together in Daredevil. And we mentioned that they said that off camera, that Kamala and Kate are essentially out to the West Coast to go find Cassie Lang. And it would not surprise me if along their way they meet Wiccan. And it wouldn't be surprising if in Doomsday they're already starting their efforts to find either Tommy or Wanda, maybe Tommy.
Or both.
Then by the time that Secret Wars is going on, let's say there's only one character in this entire universe that can still somewhat remember all of this, and that would be Wiccan. Because for whatever reason, the Scarlet Witch's powers just aren't as strong on him, because he was created essentially by her. So he kind of breaks out of the spell. He gathers all his friends. I get my 1890s Kate Bishop moment where she's in a big frilly silly dress and speaking Old English, because that'd be hilarious. And they're the ones, as TJ said in Secret Wars, to go find the Scarlet Witch, because she's the only one who can stop all of this since she's powering all of it.
It's great.
TJ, you are muted.
Son of a bitch. Sean, thoughts on the theory, and then feel free to continue where you left off with your Daredevil thoughts.
It's a really good theory. Are you secretly writing these movies, Damon?
I read a lot of books. I read a lot of books, and we talk about this every week, and I come up with a different theory every week. So, like Velcro, something will stick.
Also, just want to give a real quick shout out to our buddy Liam Crowley, who just called out Simu Liu for flat out lying to his face about about being in Doomsday. I just saw that. I had to shout out our buddy.
That's why we know Lizzie Olsen is lying.
Exactly.
Yeah, everyone's the werewolf. Yeah.
Yep, everybody. Yeah, the MCU cast is the werewolf.
Werewolf by Night confirmed in Doomsday.
Just watch. If that's the next one up, I'm gonna shit myself.
That would be a shocker. I'd be stoked about it, though.
I think that's the one. I can confidently say I think that's the one side of the MCU that they've made over the last few years that probably won't touch this.
Yeah, probably not yet.
I would like to see an Eternals character in here, though.
Me too.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah,
taken
you
away
like
by
Black
a
Knight or
giant
something.
celestial, never to be seen again, and the only other one is a child with no powers.
What if the next one? Harry Styles.
Oh my God.
Arrows.
I think the internet would collapse on itself. I think.
The internet would definitely collapse. if
Taylor
Harry Styles was
Swift
confirmed for
as
Avengers.
Dazzler.
Oh my God.
The blonde Phantom.
No, that would be the shocker. Whoever was saying like something about somebody who hasn't been in these movies, who hasn't been teased yet, if Taylor fucking Swift shows up as Dazzler in this movie, this movie not Deadpool, the internet would explode.
Oh, definitely, 100%. The internet will explode. Yeah, back to Daredevil before this happens again, which I'm sure it will. Well, I'm talking. The draft will continue. The draft will continue.
The weirdest draft of all time.
Jenna just back as the VP's daughter.
Wow.
Oh Lord.
Wow.
Seth Green back as himself.
Or Seth
We
Green
still haven't had
Howard the Duck.
Pedro yet. I was gonna say who's
No.
next. We still haven't had Pedro yet. We
Brie
still haven't had
Larson.
Brie Larson yet.
Still haven't had Chris
Tom
Pratt.
Holland.
Chris
Yeah.
Pratt. I assume RDJ will be the last seat.
Or maybe they
RDJ
don't
might
like.
show. I saw something from shout out to Phase Heroes, Jenna Anderson. She said, "What if RDJ is in the video at the very end in his Doom costume?"
Oh, I would love that. I
That would be
hope.
cool.
I hope instead of one of these seats, it's like an actual throne.
Oh, that'd be awesome! Like a Doom throne.
Yeah.
That'd be sick too.
That'd be
I hope they
badass.
don't waste one on him because we are obviously already know he's in it in the movie.
Right. Like if they're gonna do Downey, they got to do Downey huge.
Make him the last one, make it a big thing.
Make it like in his costume or in his mask or something.
Chat throwing out some more that potentially are still coming that haven't been there yet. Benedict Cumberbatch, if Doctor Strange is in the movie, as Damon says, he could still be with his goth girlfriend out in the
They're
dark
just
dimension.
vibing,
Him and
man.
Clea could be stopping some other incursions. Mark Ruffalo, the Hulk, very likely to be in this movie. Can't imagine that he wouldn't be. Jeremy Renner, I don't know that Hawkeye is going to be in this movie.
I wouldn't be shocked if he is. He said very publicly that if they ever called him,
Ooh, here we go.
We're back.
he'd be back.
X-Men. Who's it gonna be? Hugh Jackman. It's Hugh Jackman.
Oh shit!
Shout out to the Newton brothers. You can find our interview up on the Agents Fandom YouTube page.
Patrick Stewart.
Woo! Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Patrick
Okay.
Stewart, Professor X, will be in Avengers Doomsday. Sean, first thoughts.
Oh man, they're gonna kill this guy for the 5th time now. Jeez.
Nice job, John.
Till he's 90.
I mean, he's pretty much there, right? Jesus.
Oh man, I hope Ryan Reynolds makes that joke. That exact joke.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, I love Patrick Stewart. I kind of hope he plays a bigger role than he did in Multiverse of Madness.
Oh, he better.
Let's see, I guess. I mean, he could very well be the Professor X in that universe we saw with Monica Rambeau and Kelsey Grammer and Binary.
He did say that he was going to see Charles about something. Yeah.
Right. And seeing as he's like the most known Professor X, it would make sense if it was him, especially if it's Kelsey Grammer Beast connecting to the old X-Men. Again, makes more sense. So, I mean, I hope that's it, because I kind of hope, like, obviously we have no idea what the hell this movie is going to be. And it seems like we're going to see at least 2 different universes happening. And then if we get the Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman thing, that's another universe. Depending on what happens with the Fantastic
3.
Four.
Yeah.
If their universe doesn't get destroyed and somehow they wind up in whatever universe, who knows what's going to happen with that? You know, there's at least 3, might be 4 universes just in this one movie. Obviously, you can't do too much without it getting kind of convoluted and crazy, unless it's like really quick, weird flashes. But cool announcement. Also, terrible kerning on this. I'm a graphic designer, so that eye is just killing me right now. Marvel, what are you doing?
Hey TJ, what do I see that? What do I see in the chat here? What is this? What is this?
Ryan, how dare you? How dare you add fuel to his fire?
Oh,
I mean,
God.
New Mutants, baby.
Only good part of that movie is her.
Also, that marks 20 people in the cast so far.
Number
20?
Oh man,
20.
I heard someone say there's
Allegedly.
27 announcements.
27. Okay.
I've seen conflicting things. Some people said around 30, which the 27 would be around 30. Jeff Snyder said 50. Which, if that's the case,
I've seen 30 some. I've seen 50 plus. I've seen 83 somewhere.
83.
That's such an odd number, literally.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know which one of these were jokes, which one of these were serious. I agree. I think the most likely would be that Patrick Stewart is there in the same universe as Beast, as Binary, as Monica
That's my
Rambeau
guess.
currently is. That would be my best guess. That's where I think he's likely fitting in. What if the next name that pops up is James McAvoy?
That would be a cool twist.
How wild would that be?
They've
I
been
would
doing these
lose
in a
my
random order.
mind. Yeah,
So
very
like it's
random.
possible.
And it's hard. It's like we said, still no Captain Marvel, still no
Mhm.
Peter Quill, still no Hulk.
No Tiana
Still no
Paris
Ti-
yet.
Yeah, no Tiana Paris, no Kate Bishop, no Aman Vellani.
Yep.
Chris
Catherine Newton could be
Chris
one.
Star-Lord's grandpa is the next guy on the list.
Oh my God, let's go.
Sean,
I'm
you
still-
don't tell me your damn thoughts on Daredevil Born Again.
Sorry, Patrick Stewart entered the chat and derailed those thoughts.
All bets are off.
I think what I was saying is, I love how they've edited the show, and I like how it feels frantic and frenetic and chaotic. I think it really adds to the feel of the show. And a lot of people have called episode 5 a filler episode, even though people have said I loved it, even though it was a filler episode. It's more of a bottle episode, guys, and not to get technical on you, but not to get technical on you, but I think it did add a lot to the plot, which would negate it from being a filler episode, because we had to see Matt kind of be a little bit of a hero during this bank heist. And I think him hearing about Miss Marvel is just another step into him putting back on the costume, which we see in episode 6. I was really scared in episode 6 because I was loving the Muse stuff and how it was really ramping up. And I was like, man, they're going to take this guy out in this episode, and I'm going to be really bummed, because the way they finally have given us answers on him, and it's really a lot like the comics, and Muse in the comics is obviously super fucked up. And I was like, wow, they're really going there. That's awesome. And so I was like, don't get rid of him now. Don't do that. No. So I was glad he escaped. Nice. Thank God. I was also worried that Angela might die. She didn't. Another possible young Avenger in the list of like 20 possible young Avengers in the MCU currently.
Yeah, I think I have an article up on the direct where I think I have 11 in there, but there's probably more.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of articles about that lately, because I was like, oh wow, I love how that one little line kind of even set up the Young Avengers in a way. It was like a nice little continuation through line with that. I was worried about Yusuf Khan being in it and it feeling tonally weird, but it didn't at all, to me at least. I know a lot of people have been complaining about episode 5 was like a tonal shift and whatever. And again, it felt like a TV show to me. And that's what I really adore about this show so far, is it feels like actual TV. And of course, this is the first series they've had after the whole changing of the guard, the creation of Marvel Television, having a showrunner, having a show Bible, treating it like an actual TV show. So it's good to see those things implemented and implemented well. So I'm loving Daredevil Born Again. I know we only got 3 episodes left, and it seems like, obviously the anti-vigilante task force is just been formed, and we've seen these mid-season trailers that include more Bullseye, include more Punisher. He got his haircut, so that's bad news for these cops, which I'm all about. And yeah, I'm stoked to see where it concludes, because everyone says the ending's crazy. So I'm excited to see how crazy it is.
I got a question for everybody. Just looking at this list so far of the 20 people on there. Besides like the normal interactions that we already know are happening, like Thor and Loki and that kind of stuff, of like the new people along with the veterans, who does everybody think they're most excited to see like possibly interact for the first time?
That's a great question, actually. That's a fantastic question. I would love to see. I mean, look, I would really like to see like the Hiddleston and Thor, like the Loki Thor one once again. I don't know if we're actually gonna get that because of how like big of a being Loki has kind of become. But just more Simu interacting, or more like Shang-Chi interacting with other characters, because we literally haven't seen him since his movie outside of a What If.
Yeah.
Namor and Sue, hands down, Ryan says. That's a really good one, of course.
That's a great one. Yeah, that has to happen.
There at least needs to be a joke.
Spidey and Human Torch would probably be mine.
Yeah.
I need to see the two of them become besties and just absolutely start kindling that friendship in the MCU, because I hope that's one that they draw out for a while.
Yeah, that needs to be a big relationship for sure, especially in New York City.
Yeah. I want to see
like for me is Spider-Man with anyone.
I was gonna say Patrick Stewart with almost anybody, especially the more like ground level, like street level superheroes, like Patrick Stewart and the Thunderbolts in the same movie together.
Yeah, that's so weird to think about. I bet you they don't interact at all, and that's one thing I will say. I'm gonna give Infinity War and Endgame a shot and a compliment at the same time. My shot, I don't think Spider-Man is portrayed that great in those movies. As he would not, as terrifying as the situation as it is, Spider-Man wouldn't insta-kill some aliens. He knows aliens are living beings. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't be. Why is he taking off his mask all the time, telling everybody his name is Peter Parker? He'd be keeping that shit on and telling everybody his name is Spider-Man. I don't think he's portrayed all that great in those movies, which is surprising because Civil War Spider-Man, which is also the Russos, he is absolutely incredible. It's perfect portrayal. Spot on. Now, as a compliment, I don't even think Patrick Stewart and the Thunderbolts will interact with each other at all. I think those would be different universes, and they're not even going to be part of the same conversation, which, putting all of these characters together in the movie, all of these scenarios, the common opinion won't help but be able to say, like, how are they going to fit all this together? This is so much. How are they going to make this work? The way Endgame, and especially Infinity War, blends all the characters together perfectly, the second you're kind of feeling like a scene or a character story drags just a little bit, it transitions to somebody else. It's so unbelievably perfect.
I agree.
That is the one aspect of, like, you can say what you want. The Russos outside of Marvel have put out some pretty terrible stuff. But the one thing I'll say is they are perfectly suited to handle a large cast of heroes like this. Adam Warlock,
they've proven they can do it.
Asking in chat, will it be Professor X and Beast from the Foxverse, or like in Doctor Strange, a completely different universe? I feel very strongly that they're going to be the Professor X and Beast from the universe we see at the end of the Marvels, the one that Monica Rambeau traveled to. Rich, where do you think they're going to be from?
I'm with you on that, because you also got to remember that Jean killed Charles in X-Men: The Last Stand, so he's gone in that universe. And then Beast is still alive, but we know for sure
that both of them are in the universe where Monica and Binary are in the Marvels. And also, quick shout out to Patrick Stewart too. I saw this on Twitter. He and Hugh Jackman now tied for the longest active streak of playing a Marvel character.
Oh yeah, because he's back. It'll be longer if Hugh Jackman's not in this one.
Yeah, exactly. But if Wesley Snipes is in it, then they both lose.
There you go. There you go. Sean, what universe do you think they're going to be from?
I think it's the one from the Marvels for sure. That would make the most sense narratively of what they've set up. Even though, you know, a lot of people didn't watch the Marvels, and maybe this announcement will bring attention to that post-credit scene at least. Because I even remember watching that movie and, you know, it not doing that well, even though I thought the movie was fun and fine as a movie. People, like, even after it hit streaming and stuff, people didn't really freak out about that post-credit scene, which kind of shocked me because it's a pretty big deal, you know. But yeah, I definitely think that's something. Also, an MCU actor that I don't think anyone's talked about that could be a very dead giveaway: Paul Bettany, his Vision.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely. White Vision probably coming back in this one as well. It's a very good point. Somebody we hadn't brought up. Damon, we're probably going to get the next chair any minute here. What do you think? What universe do you think the Patrick Stewart and the Kelsey Grammer, the Beast, and the Professor X are going to be from?
Definitely from the Marvels. We brought back Kelsey Grammer to be Beast in that role, and they specifically mentioned, "Oh, gotta go get Charles." And there's only one Charles. Well, two Charles technically. Timelines are very confusing, and
McAvoy or Stewart.
Yeah, these timelines are very
timelines get so confusing.
So it's, to me, pretty obvious
There we
that
are
in the Marvels.
Do. The pick is in.
Can't tell.
Chair is moving.
Ian McKellen!
Yes! Yes!
Magneto is here. Ian McKellen is officially part of the cast of Avengers Doomsday. Holy freaking shit.
Wow.
All right.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Carlos in chat saying that felt inevitable, but honestly, I wasn't thinking it did for Avengers Doomsday specifically because, one, this isn't Secret Wars yet. Two, this is, if we're just going about it as like the time we see Professor X is literally just Beast going to see him and it's continuing Monica's story and talking about the multiverse. I didn't necessarily think Magneto would be a sure bet here. But anytime you can get Sir Ian McKellen, you got to get him. And now he ties all of them for the longest tenured run with Marvel as well. So, wow. Ian McKellen is here. Damon, immediate reactions.
Wow. Till he's 90 or older. How old is this man?
I just looked him up. He is 85.
Till he's 90?
He's going to be 86 this year.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised just because I really thought that Deadpool and Wolverine was going to be like the kiss goodnight to like that Fox universe. And to me, that included almost every iteration. So Stewart and McKellen, I'm pretty surprised about that. But again, TJ, anything's possible right now.
Sure. As you have so eloquently put it. Sean, Ian McKellen, Magneto is back. What are your thoughts?
That's massive. I didn't see this one coming either. I know someone in the chat said it was inevitable, but I don't know. After Patrick's kind of come back a few times, I didn't think Ian McKellen ever would. Makes me very curious to see if we do get the younger versions, but maybe this is kind of poetic. I think this was said about No Way Home because, you know, Kevin Feige's like first producer credit, I believe, was Spider-Man 2 for Marvel. And I think No Way Home was like probably a very big deal for him to have that full circle moment, but he started on Marvel and X-Men. So being able to bring more of these characters back into the fold, you know, kind of paying homage to those what came before. I mean, without the X-Men movies and Blade and Spider-Man, there would be no MCU for sure. So it's cool to be able to see, like, we're finally get to see like all of the characters we've loved since Iron Man interact with all the characters we loved when we were like kids. And I think that's really cool. Like I'm super down to see what kind of weird interactions we might see, and it's gonna, like, a lot of people have been like talking about the Avengers versus X-Men thing and how Doomsday could possibly be this. And I guess you could get it in a way if two of the worlds have to battle it out for each other. It could be the 616 world Avengers versus this like X-Men dominated world fighting for control of their Earth living or whatever. But obviously it'll end up badly for both of them. But I guess I am curious to see if, you know, like, are these movies going to help usher in the new X-Men too, or is it just say goodbye and then they'll somehow weirdly build it later? Like, that's the big looming question of Secret Wars can be a good, nice, big old problem fixer for the MCU, kind of streamlining things into one thing after that. But I am curious to see if we do get some new X-Men.
I guess we never really
that casting has been.
I guess we never really considered that this Fantastic Four movie takes place in the same universe as that post-credit scene from the Marvels.
We only saw one room. You're totally right.
We didn't see anything outside of that hospital room.
Yeah.
And then you know, I do often joke about Jim Shooter's Secret Wars because there really isn't that much story there other than like, here's this action figure and this action figure, and you smash them together repeatedly because the whole book was made to sell toys. But there is like that Beyonder element, and it does deal with like this side versus this side. Whoever comes out on top kind of like gets the power, and Doom wanted all the power, and he got all the power. So it's not out of the realm. I would not enjoy that as much as I would, let's say, a Hickman-style Secret Wars, because the story in that is class. But
so good.
It's not out of the realm.
The Russos did say it's going to be their own thing, but they'll take notes from both versions. I think it's definitely going to be probably more Hickman, especially with the setups, incursions, the Illuminati. Obviously not the same kind of Illuminati that happened in the Hickman run. Leading up to Secret War is definitely very different. But it seems like the building blocks have been more Hickman Secret Warsy. And I mean, this may be cliche, but I remember reading Secret Wars, I think around Infinity War Endgame, and being like, wow, this is like the coolest thing I've ever read in my life. And I still think it's probably my
Carlos, though. I don't agree. Like, I don't agree with the point I just made that like they could be from the same universe. Like, I think they are from different ones. And I'd enjoy it more if they're from different ones.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's fully out of the realm yet, because like we said, we saw one room.
Yeah, and it's important to differentiate as well. You're not necessarily saying they're from the Foxverse X-Men movies universe. It's from the universe at the end of the Marvel that Monica Rambeau goes to, that happened to have a Professor X and the Beast in it. Who else is there remains to be determined, but don't think it's at the same one as we saw all the movies take place in necessarily. Carlos, any final thoughts on the Ian McKellen of it all? And any predictions for who comes next? I got to imagine the next one is like a duh. You know, like next one is going to be one that we knew was coming just because of the back-to-back hard hitters they just dropped.
This one is huge just because Ian McKellen hasn't been in the MCU yet. We haven't seen him. I looked it up. We haven't seen him since Days of Future Past, which is over 10 years ago now. I mean, this is where
underrated movie, by the way, the best X-Men movie.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things really start to get crazy.
Logan's the best movie in the universe, but that's not an X-Men movie. Days of Future Past, the best X-Men movie.
Fair point.
I think First Class is better, but that's just me.
Grow up.
And I personally I just love Deadpool and Wolverine, but I will respect anybody who says that Logan and Days of Future Past are better.
When I said grow up there, it just reminded me that we literally, when we were doing the Daredevil breakdown, and so apologies, quick spoiler warning for if you have not seen Daredevil Born Again episode 6. But we didn't actually talk about my favorite part of the episode, where like Matt just goes, fuck it. And I'm pretty sure that was Matt Murdock's first F-bomb. And he just full on just like says, screw it, we're going back. And I thought that was such a fun moment. That was my favorite. When I said grow up there, that's what that reminded me of from the Daredevil episode. And I realized we forgot to bring it up. I really liked that one. And Adam Warlock's Orb of Eternity is with you in chat, Sean. They like First Class better. So I don't think that's necessarily a wrong opinion.
No.
I just really love Days of Future Past, specifically the Rogue cut. If you have not seen the Rogue cut of Days of Future Past, you definitely got to give that a shot. It's got many more scenes, provides context to certain things. Better movie. Damon, I think the next one's going to be someone very obvious. I think I'm going to guess Brie Larson or Chris Pratt are finally coming here because I don't think they're going to go back to back hard hitters unless it's Hugh Jackman.
Maybe Tom Holland.
Oh yeah, Tom Holland.
It is like there's still so many names.
This could
Lots
literally
are coming. Lots are coming. I'm talking just this next one specifically. I'm going to go Chris Pratt, Brie Larson, or Hugh Jackman.
I'm going Brie Larson or Tom Holland.
Those are safe bets.
I'm gonna go Brie next.
Ruben's with me in chat. He says Hugh is next. What do you think, Sean?
I'm gonna go Sam Jackson.
Ooh.
Samuel L. Jackson next. I like it.
Him yet. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go Clark Gregg.
I was just gonna say, you know who my real dream is? We've had new people chiming in, and so I was about to say, like, let's do our wishes over again. Let's do like a potentially obvious wish.
Chloe Bennett
like
would.
Iman Vellani, like Tatiana Maslany, and a far-fetched wish. And I was gonna say for mine, Clark Gregg. If you're picking Clark Gregg, I'm saying Chloe Bennett.
Yeah,
and I will go with you too, and I'm going to go Gabriel Luna, Ghost Rider.
Oh, bro.
Robbie
that version of Ghost Rider
Reyes.
ripped, and anyone who doesn't like it didn't watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
That is the best Ghost Rider we've ever gotten.
I mean, we've only gotten 2, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, fair. But even if there were more options, I would still think it's the best.
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic. I do not disagree with you there whatsoever.
But even if we got Nick Cage, I would flip.
That'd be wild.
That would be
absolutely wild.
That would be crazy.
Yeah,
that would be
if Kate Bishop
crazy.
is your like obvious one, probably will be in the movie that you hope shows up. Who is your far-fetched, probably won't be in the movie, shows up?
Colby Smulders. We're just straight. You say
Damon.
We're not acknowledging Secret Invasion. Straight up bring her
That's
back.
just not canon at all.
Straight up bring her back.
That would be awesome.
Just say that was
I would love
another universe. Just say it.
You guys know how much I defend the MCU with everything I have. Secret Invasion was not good.
Secret Invasion is the worst thing
I would be
they've ever
okay.
done.
Yeah, that is the worst thing Marvel Studios has ever done.
By far. I don't think it is absolute. I don't even think it's remotely close, honestly.
Here we go.
Make us in.
Evilly.
Recognize it.
Is it like place it? Is it like Agatha or something?
Oh, it's another Thunderbolts one.
Yeah. Oh my
Is
god.
Olga?
Is
it
it
Olga?
Olga? Is
Are you
it
gonna Taskmaster?
Get out of here. Hold on.
Olga Kurylenko. Oh.
Alan Cumming? Nightcrawler?
Wait, what?
Oh
That's
yeah!
Nightcrawler.
What?
What?
Let's fucking go.
Alan Cumming was Nightcrawler?
Yeah.
In X2.
What?
Yo, that's crazy. Holy shit.
I was not expecting Nightcrawler.
Wow. Wow.
We're getting the whole X team. The X-Men are in this movie.
Oh shit!
What? So. Oh,
Wow.
fuck me. Are we doing Avengers versus X-Men?
I told you. I told you. I told you. It's happening. They're doing it. I think.
All right.
Oh my god!
Can't be worse than the original. All right, woo!
Garrett says in chat, Avengers Sausage Party, because it's been a while since we've got a woman on this list. And
Was it Letitia Wright was the last?
No, there was ones. There was
Was she?
oh god.
This
No,
is why
Hannah
we
Jo came in.
Brie
Hannah Jo
Larson,
came in.
Tatiana Maslany, where are girls?
Hannah Jo
Come
came in as
on.
the last.
Yeah.
We got one like
Oh,
4
yeah.
weeks ago.
Ghost was the last one. Ghost was the last one.
Ah, thank you.
Way to bury the lead,
And then,
announcing
yeah,
Ghost,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
three
no, there's
X-Men
more.
actors.
Yeah,
And the
sorry,
the
Ghost.
last few though, the last few have been all men here. We need to get some of our girls in here.
So
Maybe
also-
the next one is Famke Janssen.
if we don't get
Halle Berry.
if Olga's not, if we don't get Taskmaster,
She's dead.
total dead, right?
Dead.
Like
So dead. It could not be
Like,
more dead.
so dead, even Century can't bring her back to so dead, even Wanda can't bring her back to life.
Also,
After
also,
that
if I had a
being
nickel
Alan
for every-
coming, I legitimately think the next one will be Halle Berry or James Marsden.
Yeah, I think Halle Berry will be the one. I think.
Halle
Also,
Berry.
if I had a nickel for every actor playing a blue-skinned mutant in Avengers Doomsday, I'd have 2 nickels.
Could you imagine they bring back Wesley Snipes?
Oh my god! Well,
I mean, yes,
that
I
one-
could.
If you
There's
told me that
no-
before
like,
Deadpool
that's a
Wolverine,
no chance.
I would have been shocked. But after that, oh my god, what about Channing Tatum's Gambit?
I think that's
Ooh.
more possible than we're
I think that's
giving it
way
credit
more.
for.
Yeah, I think if we're ranking them, I'd say that's more likely than Wesley Snipes. But I could see both of them.
I think the next one is going to be either James Marsden or Halle Berry. I was obviously, we were all way off on this last one. Hugh Jackman was the closest we got. I think I'm going with Halle Berry or James Marsden on the next one. Rich, prediction. You get 2 predictions for the next ones. This is crazy. This is absolutely wild. All right, see, Rich has got somebody in the room. So Sean, we'll go to you first for a prediction of who's next.
I'm down. I think Halle Berry's a good one. It's interesting. Like, it seems like they're going old school X-Men. I don't think we're gonna get any of the younger versions. It seems like, unless they really surprise us with something after that, which bums me out a little, but it's okay. I think it's cool to do the OG. Interesting. I'm trying to think of who else from that squad. I really don't want that version of Rogue to come back, if I'm being honest. Is that bad? I really don't.
I don't think she will be, honestly. I think we're gonna leave her out.
James Marsden, but President Cal from Paradise, actually.
President Cal from Paradise. Rich,
No,
what-
the Prince from Enchanted.
prediction.
From what's the one with Amy Adams?
Enchanted.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I think it is Enchanted, right?
But oh
Wow.
my god,
predictions, Rich. Who do you think's coming next?
Oh, predictions of who's next. I'm gonna go Halle Berry. I'm gonna go Halle Berry as Storm.
Yeah, we're on the Halle Berry train here.
Damon, what do you think?
I don't know, man. Who saw Alan coming? Like, God.
Did you just say who saw Alan coming?
Yeah,
That's a great little play on words there.
it was because I wasn't gonna say his last name twice. Like,
Ah,
man, Brie Larson again. Like, I'm just gonna keep saying her name until it happens.
Tobey Maguire's next. Tobey
Tobey
Maguire's
Maguire
junk.
would be really cool.
Tobey Maguire's junk is next.
I hope if they're coming, I hope Andrew gets his name on the list before Toby does.
That would be
We
cool.
all know
Yeah.
that's not going to happen.
He deserves it.
Peter 3, dude. Get out of here.
Jessica Alba next, Lawrence Fishburne, Brie
Oh.
Larson, Elliot Page,
yeah, what if-
Famke Janssen.
If we can get some old OG Fantastic Four, we get Chris Evans, but it's actually just him as Johnny Storm again.
You know what's actually really weird? So, I mean, look, I understand why we're doing this. It's to avoid leaks, or at least
Yeah,
like be like,
100%.
you can't leak this because we're telling you straight up, type of thing, right?
For
And
sure.
I mean,
get that.
and 8.3 million people watching.
Asterisk. So like
Let's put it on YouTube though.
I get that, like why they're doing it, but at the same time, they're filming pretty much this entire movie in sound stages to avoid that. So like I'm like,
I think it's a little bit of, I don't want to say damage control because this only affects our space and not the general audience space.
that's
But
very
since
true.
like since the reactions to Electric State and some people in our space being like, I'm worried about the Avengers movies because Electric State sucked, which I thought it was aggressively fine. I didn't think it sucked or was great. I thought it was just like, oh, this is a decent premise, kind of
If
like
we didn't know the budget
worse
for that
Wall-E.
movie, it would have came and went as just like your normal
Netflix. Yeah.
streaming
And
original.
Honestly, like watching the movie, the budget makes sense. A lot of people think it went to Chris Pratt and Millie Bobby Brown. Did you
It
guys
went
not
to the-
realize every character is a CGI character in that movie besides those two for the
Or-
whole movie?
Or not that. Every single character is a
A-lister?
A-list actor in that movie. Every single small bit part is a A-list actor.
That too. It's just like all the CGI in that movie is probably what, and it looks like the CGI looks really good. Like it looks incredible. Like anyone who says the CGI movie looks bad, what are you looking for? I don't really understand. I thought the robots looked really good. It's probably the shining light of that movie because I don't know why, but I just no offense to Millie Bobby Brown, but I haven't seen her in anything that she's good in besides Stranger Things. I don't know. Maybe it's the team brings something out of her.
I like the Noah Holmes.
I haven't watched that, to be fair. But yeah, I think it is kind of like damage control in the super nerd space, which still is a big space, just compared to the general audience of it all. It's not. I just think it's kind of, this is probably doing what we're doing. People are like, so many people are reacting to this. So many people are talking about this, regardless if anyone wants to say, oh, what a dumb way to reveal this. Guess what? We're all sitting here staring at chairs. So joke's on us.
I know, right?
Yeah, this is probably be one of the most watched videos ever on the internet.
So as much as you're saying it's dumb, like it worked. So joke's on us, I guess.
Like, I'm just looking at the YouTube channel
it
for
is
Marvel
dumb.
Entertainment.
But so am I.
The YouTube channel for Marvel Entertainment currently has 123,000 people watching it.
Staring
And that's
at-
only been growing since this
Yeah.
morning also. It's only been
Yeah,
growing.
I saw it was 90,000 a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
And that's only one channel.
Yeah. And like we said, I mean, it may not be 8.4 million viewers concurrently or whatever, but a lot of fucking people are watching the Twitter feed.
Yes, they are.
We can say that confidently that a lot of people have watched the Twitter feed at some weird point. I saw it's like everyone who clicks on it or something.
Shout.
Evan Peters would be awesome. I would lose my mind. And Evan Peters.
I'm finding myself quite inclined to agree with Carlos that those X-Men are there to die,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
and that universe. I'm more willing to think it is not Avengers versus X-Men.
I hope not.
I think it is more so, and Damien might want to give your camera a little smack, you're a little blurry. There you go. I think it's more likely that their universe is about to get hit with an incursion, and that's going to show us some stakes, and all those motherfuckers are about to die.
Except Monica Rambeau, hopefully.
Yeah, if it's
I
that
love that
universe,
character.
if it's that universe, yes, I'm less.
It has to be.
I'm less confident. I was like nearly 100% before, but I'm less confident now that it's just that exact universe. Now that all the X-Men are coming in, now I'm wondering if it's like post Days of Future Past X-Men.
I think it's absolutely that universe still, like 100%. Again, the only character we saw on there, I mean, outside of Binary, was Kelsey Grammer's Beast. That wouldn't like that. That was intentional.
For sure. Definitely intentional.
Give us your predictions in chat. Carlos predicting that Benedict Cumberbatch is the next one. We are thinking they're gonna. Damon's got Brie Larson. The rest of us are thinking they are going to remain on the X-Men train. Looking at Halle Berry, looking at James Marsden. Since Rich went Halle Berry, I'll go James Marsden. But this is a. Who'd you go again, Sean?
I was also Halle Berry.
Well, this is. I'll definitely switch it up then. I don't know. This is a like you said. We're staring at chairs, and it feels stupid, but I'm having a pretty great time. And so, if you are too, smash the like button. If you're watching us on YouTube, we thank the ever-growing number of viewers that is joining us as we go along. If you guys want to stay, and if we have the people to do it, I know Damon's got to get out of here in about a half hour, but if we got the people to do it, we'll keep going on this thing all day long. And so smash the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and we got a lot of fun stuff over on the Agents of Fandom YouTube channel. In terms of interviews, you can find my interview with Captain America Brave New World director Julius Ona, the executive producer and showrunner for Daredevil Born Again, Sana Amanat and Dario Scardipan, as well as the creator and showrunner for Invincible, Robert Kirkman and Simon Rasiopa. Plus, not going to tell you who yet because it's a secret. Some really fun stuff coming for Andor. Lots and lots of interviews, some virtual, some in person. We got some fun stuff coming. So make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on all of our live shows. Andor, The Last of Us, Daredevil Born Again. If you want to go back and catch up on our Invincible shows, our Severance shows, plus Damon goes live every Thursday with AF and Fat Thor for the Comic Corner podcast, where they talk about the newest comics and most talked about. I don't know, Damon, why am I giving the pitch? It's your show. What's coming up on Comic Corner?
We talk about comic books. Best comic
That's
books.
worse than
Favorite
my
comic books. Some of the great ones, like the Absolute and Ultimate Universes coming out
There
right
we go.
now from
Ding,
Marvel.
ding, ding. The pick is in. Unrecognizable music.
Rebecca Romaine.
Third
Wow.
blue-skinned mutant joining the movie Mystique. Rebecca
Wow.
Romaine.
Holy
Here,
hell!
Wow.
they
They're
doing the
just
thing.
going, hold on. They're bringing back all the X-Men. They're bringing them all back. And Rebecca Romaine, the last time we saw her was when she lost her powers in X3, The Last Stand. She got shot with those, shot with the mutant vaccine, as they or whatever they called it.
Yeah.
So it will be a different universe. So it probably will be that same Monica Rambeau one that we already saw. Now I'm going. I feel like I'm going back a little bit of maybe it is some Avengers versus X-Men stuff going on. Damon, Rebecca Romaine, Mystique. What do you think?
I hope this isn't Avengers versus X-Men, man. I don't need this movie to be that, but like maybe this movie is like Shooters, where it is a little Avengers versus X-Men, but in the end it kind of doesn't matter because in the end it doesn't matter because Doom wins and he gets to Loki or whatever and creates Battleworld.
That would make sense.
Which is very like if you're gonna combine the two in a way.
Like have Doomsday be the shooter version, have Secret Wars be the Hickman version.
So
for all intents and purposes.
Pretty much, yeah. where the ending, where you kind of cut off shooters like almost midway through, where Doom gets to the Beyonder and gets the Beyonder's powers, and then that's where you go into Hickman's version.
Yeah, I actually would kind of like that.
Big fight.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, like what better than to have them all? Well, them all maybe fight each other, and then obviously they end up having a team together. It's kind of like the weird like Guardians Avengers meetup, where at first they fight each other. I mean, I'm sure it'll be a little bit more climactic than that.
Carlos, I like AXE. I think it's fine. I think it's a lot better than Avengers versus X-Men.
What is
also,
AXE for those who aren't comic readers?
What is AXE?
Avengers, X-Men,
Avengers
Eternals.
versus X-Men versus Eternals, where the judging Celestial comes down on Earth and judges everyone, and that's pretty much it. And then some Eternals die and stuff, but whatever. But you get some cool moments where it's like the Celestials like judging every character. It's more about the little moments than the big moments, because the big moments don't make much sense, but the little moments are cool. And then you get like that whole issue where Jeff is getting judged. Getting Jeff the Land Shark in this movie.
Yeah,
We
let's do it.
Jeff the Land Shark, all bets are off.
I
You wanna
was
sell some
today
merch?
years old when I realized, shout out to Adam Warlock's Orb of Eternity. I was today years old when I learned that Toad from the original X-Men movies and Darth Maul are the same guy.
Oh yeah, that was crazy when I learned
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
I had no idea. Had absolutely no idea. If I saw the name Ray Park come up, I would for sure think that Darth Maul was in this movie. My mind would not go to Toad.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Damon, what was the Avengers versus X-Men comic? How did that battle come to be, and why do you think it's so bad?
Fuck. God, let me try to go back my brain on this one, because it's one of those books I try to weave out. If I remember correctly, I had to deal a lot with Hope. I had to deal a lot with the Scarlet Witch, and the X-Men were going after the Scarlet Witch after House of M, and it was just terrible. I'm gonna be honest, I blocked so much of it out of my brain intentionally, but I remember like Hope getting involved. I remember Scarlet Witch getting involved, and the whole thing was kind of about her. And it's just like whenever like the X-Men and the Avengers, they're like, well, I don't trust you. Well, I don't trust you. And then it just turns into a big dumb fight. And I don't need that.
But what if it's literally just one of their universes will survive, and that's why they're fighting? Will that make you potentially a little bit more okay with an adaptation?
I mean, let's respectfully, so far at least with this X-Men lineup, these aren't the young tootin' in their prime X-Men, if you will. Like I don't see them having much of a chance if this is going to be a head-on-head collision.
Very good point. Rich, I was not expecting when we saw Patrick Stewart, just a string of X-Men to be coming after this. What is your best guess of what this is shaping up to be now that we're seeing all these names? Are we going to just get a quick peek and then their universe is going to get obliterated? Or are you think this is going to be a full-on Avengers versus X-Men scenario?
I could either see that, or maybe like once they figure out multiversal travel, maybe figuring out how to save the X-Men from their dying universe, like get them over to Earth 616 or whatever. Maybe it's more of like a team up thing instead of a Avengers versus X-Men thing. But like, all I could think right now, if you like turn back the clock about 25 years before these movies came out, and you told us that all of these characters are now confirmed to meet the Avengers in a giant movie, you would have just blown all of our minds like to pieces. Like I'm still just freaking out about all this.
Sean, how about you? What do you think this is shaping up to be with Alan Cumming and Rebecca Romaine? Two names I don't think any of us in our wildest dreams thought we were going to be seeing today.
Definitely not. I think these string of announcements is making this whole musical chairs number worth it in a lot of ways. But yeah, this is very interesting. I do think it might be an Avengers vs. X-Men, but as we've seen, even when the MCU adapts a comic storyline, it ends up being very different. Very different. Like Infinity War compared to Infinity Gauntlet, if they adapted the Infinity Gauntlet like the comic, man, that movie would have sucked so bad.
True.
So thank God they changed it. So, and that's another thing that too, like obviously, I mean, they have half of the same writing team as they did with Infinity War and Endgame. Like one is returning, McFeely, one or whatever one's returning. So it's like the same minds, you know, are coming back to do this thing, and their track record with Marvel is flawless. Like it is.
For anyone just coming in, it's been about like 10, 11-ish minutes between shares, and we got like about 5 minutes to the next one.
So like I have faith that they're going to pull this off. When I was at SDCC, I saw the Russos come back, and I was like, this makes so much sense. Like they talked about wanting to do Secret Wars. And like I said, I read the comic around that time, and I'm like, yeah, these are the guys to do Secret Wars. So I don't know. Like I just have, like, I think these movies are going to be great. We haven't gotten an Avengers movie since Endgame. And I like the way that they're framing this as like, this is a beginning rather than an end. Because even if it does, quote unquote, end the multiverse saga, like I said before, I do think this can usher in like a new, streamlined, more coherent version of the MCU that's probably needed at this point. I don't know, anyone who says like the MCU is dead thing, like I just you don't need to like it, obviously, but I just can't agree with that. As we have millions of people staring
staring at chairs. It's alive and well.
You know, like that's crazy. Like this is like the biggest flex they could have ever done. It's just like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make people stare at the back of chairs for hours on end.
How big
We've been
is
here since 11. Massive.
Like, good lord, this room is huge.
That's one thing I was thinking too. Is like they probably filmed this beforehand, right? Like this isn't actually live. They're just premiering it live or whatever.
Could you imagine really live and like the camera tips over and
or they hit the wall? Like, oh, shit. You know, that'd be really funny if they hit the wall. Definitely no wall in sight though. You can't even see the wall from the other end anymore. You know, it's like just
I've been counting almost like the lights above to be like, this is where we were at 11 a.m.
That'd be a good marker for sure.
Our friend Thomas Carter Rochester, who is co-host of the Reckless Rebellion podcast and has joined us multiple times for various different things here, he's predicting on Twitter right now that Reed Richards isn't going to be surviving Fantastic Four First Steps.
Okay.
I don't think there's any way.
I like a good theory.
There's no way they kill off Reed Richards. I'm sorry. Like,
oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm awful with names. Who is the Reed from the Fan Four stick that we shot on that name?
Miles Teller.
Miles Teller.
If we see Miles Teller's name here, we actually get like proper maker. That would be pretty cool too.
Holy shit, that would be something.
I've heard so many people with that theory, and I'm like in the minority of thinking that's not a cool theory, but I just want everything about that movie to be forgotten and thrown into oblivion. Like, I don't want any references to that movie whatsoever.
Would you rather have a reference to Secret Invasion or to Fan Four Stick?
Ooh.
Would you rather have a reference to either of those two or New Mutants?
New Mutants. Give me Anya Taylor-Joy's magic in this movie over all of it.
If we get Anya Taylor-Joy, that's fine. But
Sean, this if you I mean, this is a deep cut for those who tune into all of our shows. But the Anya Taylor-Joy as magic in this episode of our podcast is essentially the Never Back Down of the Beyond Invincible podcast, where we just keep going back to this one.
Give it to me, Marvel.
You know what this announcement reminds me of? The movie Never Back.
Oh, more
More
X-Men.
X-Men.
Give it to me.
This is the
Give me
epic-
Madnick.
It's slow
Give it to
down.
me.
It's gonna be Hugh Marston or Halle Berry.
Halle Berry.
Gotta be one of those two, probably.
It's slowed down. This is a big one. James Marsden!
Marsden!
Yes! He's
That's
Woo! Oh, Justice League
Shit.
Club. James Marsden is back. The Donut Lord. The President of Paradise.
Oh my god.
Bye, 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 bye.
Oh. Side note, I have met a member of the cast of Avengers Doomsday. Actually, I've technically met two because I met Robert Downey Jr. for a hot second, but I met
James Marsden at work in
Boston once.
wow.
I think that's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Sean,
Yeah.
I think this is the most excited I've been for one so far. I got my guy back. As goofy as the character has been in basically all media except for X-Men 97 since I've been born, I can't help but like Cyclops. And he's
great.
always deserved better, and I'm happy James Marsden is getting one last send-off.
Yeah, I hope they make him cool this time.
Yeah, me too.
So wait, now if they're going to do James Marsden now, is Hugh Jackman next?
I think Halle Berry's
or Halle Berry.
Yeah,
no,
I'm
it'll be
sure they're
Famke
going
Janssen. It'll be Famke Janssen
to.
because
Jensen.
they've done them in pairs, right? Magneto and
Hmm.
Professor X, Nightcrawler and Mystique,
Nightcrawler and
who, although
Mystique.
they did not have much continuity in the original X-Men movies, that's mother and son. James Marsden, the next one that they're gonna do is Famke Janssen. Holy shit, he's here, Damon. If the sub, like not the X-Man, that's become Wolverine, that's Hugh Jackman, but James Marsden, Cyclops, that was kind of number 2 when they were coming out. Oh, you're muted, Dana.
I'm still trying to think about how this is all gonna work. Like, with all due respect, we may look at like this Avenger squad that we got earlier before we started getting the X squad, right? And it's like, oh, that's not a terrible Avengers squad, at least. But this is a really old X-Men team. This is like X-Retirement Club.
Hey, James Marsden isn't all that. It's really just Professor X and Magneto that are like they're literally pushing 90, but the rest of them aren't all that old.
Yeah, as we saw, Hugh Jackman, he was fine. He's like 60.
Oh yeah, and
That dude shredded
muscly
to
as
the
all
bone.
hell. I
James
feel like
Marsden's
I was the only one that was super excited about the James Marsden one. The rest of you guys are just kind of like, yeah, that's another X-Men. Sweet.
Well, it's like now they've kind of like
Oh, you're muted.
it all feels.
I am
We're on a roll.
so in on Marsden. Like I'm doing this and writing 2 articles at the same time. So just classic me. But no, I am beyond hyped for James Marsden. Seeing him in a Marvel Studios movie, sign me the hell up.
So honestly, like when it comes to the idea of this, because we do know Marvel Studios is making an X-Men movie.
Yeah.
Like a new one, not with any of these characters. So any of these actors, right? A lot of these characters will be returning in much younger form. But will it be confusing in a way?
No.
Where it's like, let's say, unless if within 20, unless if straight up their universe dies by the end of this, which is possible. Like, honestly, which is possible. Will it be confusing?
I don't think so. Because the only way... So, for what it's worth, I do think their universe dies. But essentially, I'm assuming the movies will explain it. And the only way it would be confusing is if you saw that they are in this movie. And if you saw they're in this movie, you probably end up seeing the movie in which it ends up getting explained. And so that's why I don't think it's going to end up being all that confusing.
I'm just trying to think now in my brain, now that we've set these up, because I sometimes get attached to my own theories, as we all do. But I'm trying to figure out how, like, so by the end of Secret Wars, so let's say this universe dies, and then by the end of Secret Wars, and the universe resets in a way. Because I had that theory, and I was like, well, we could bring in the X-Men, but like the new X-Men, and then when everything gets settled, they just get brought into the main MCU, the sacred timeline of it all. How we go from establishing or reestablishing this is pretty much Fox X-Men, reestablishing them, theoretically killing them off, and then establishing again those same characters, but now with newer actors.
I still don't think it is. Like, I still think they're
not even a confusing, but do you like that? Because I'm a little like, it's almost Days of Future Past, a little bit with like that idea, but it's not.
I feel like I would have rather the first. If you would have asked me this a few years ago, I think I would have originally rathered the first X-Men we see in the MCU be the new X-Men team.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, at the end of the day, I love this stuff because of what I loved when I was a little kid. And it's just so hard to even try and turn off that little kid in me that goes, I'm going to see the X-Men from the X-Men movies I watched as a kid, probably in their comic accurate suits. It was so exciting to get to see Wolverine in that suit. Now I'm going to get to see James Marsden in the all blue with the yellow across the around. Like, I do think it depends how close together the movies are. But much like we're going to have two Batmen in different DC universes, much like nobody was really surprised, nobody was ever really confused when they went right from Andrew Garfield to Tom Holland as soon as Marvel Studios got the rights. Like, I think these characters are big enough, and as long as the storytelling in these next two movies are good enough with explaining why the universes are different, it's not going to be an issue. What do you think, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I agree there. I think things like Severance and projects like that have proven that us audience members can handle things that aren't just spoon fed to you and just so dumb sometimes. And I mean, even like no one batted an eye at Deadpool and Wolverine, and they even had a joke about him going into the mainline MCU universe in the beginning to talk to Happy Hogan, like, and no one was like, well, how does that work? It's like, I mean, I'm sure some people were, but no one was walking out Deadpool and Wolverine being like, I'm confused, and it had Blade in it, it had a Channing Tatum Gambit in it, it had Elektra in it, like it had all these characters where it had Chris Evans as Giant Storm, like it had all these parts to it where on paper, like you'd be like, oh, that's kind of a lot for people to follow, but everyone was just cheering at the screen the entire time. So I think they've proven that these things can work and it's fine. Like, the audience is smarter than some people give them credit for. I believe. So I think it'll be fine. I don't know.
Rule of thumb: audience is smarter than people give credit for. Voters are dumber than people give credit for. Always assume the audience is smart and will understand. Always assume voters are dumb, and you got to just really break it down to the most simplest of levels for them. What do you think, Rich?
Say that question one more time.
I forgot what we were talking about, so I just tried to throw it to you to pick it up so I could grab the food that's beside me.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, like
all I'm thinking is I've been waiting to see James Marsden come into the MCU for a long time. I know we were all really hoping that he would show up in Deadpool and Wolverine. And
X-Men. Would you rather it be? Are you happy we're seeing all the old ones in the MCU, or would you rather it be a new team? That was the question.
Are we happy? Yeah. I mean, I love it. I'm just so happy that we're getting them all back. Like this is every person about our age, our dream for what we've been wanting to see in these movies, especially now that like Marvel Studios has the rights to the X-Men and everything. This is what we've been waiting 5-6 years for since that announcement was made. Like seeing the X-Men and the Avengers all in one space, like occupying the same world. And yeah, I mean, this is just going to be absolutely insane.
I think they saw the success that Deadpool and Wolverine brought to give some characters like their last hurrah.
Absolutely.
And I think that's originally this probably wasn't the plan. I don't think this was originally the plan. I think it was after the huge success that movie brought where you dip into the nostalgia. And I'll be honest, I'm not as nostalgic on those X movies as a lot of y'all are.
They're pretty bad.
With the exception of a handful. I really don't find them to be that good. I'm going to be honest.
Bad.
So like I'm not as like nostalgic on them, to be completely blunt.
Yeah.
However, I think that movie proved that, and the success of that movie proved that people are willing and wanting to see like maybe one last hurrah with some of them. And they dipped their toe in the water with Spider-Man. Then they did it again. So I'm okay with this so long as this is a last hurrah.
Right. Yeah.
Because I want the MCU's X-Men to be unique. I want it to be new, and I want it to be fresh.
Yeah.
1,000%. Yeah, it needs to feel more like X-Men 97 and less like those X-Men movies, because I'm sure, Damon, you would agree, those X-Men movies aren't really X-Men movies. They're more of just Hugh Jackman's Wolverine and everyone else is kind of their movies.
There's some crazy things about those movies. Like every now and then I'll go back and rewatch them.
Yeah, like
Oh, no, got
Pick him in.
oh, this is Deadpool.
Deadpool Wolverine music. Hugh or Ryan?
Is it? Oh, it is.
Yeah,
I thought this
Damn
was
it.
like Shang-Chi.
it's Deadpool
God
Wolverine.
damn it.
Yeah.
Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum is in Avengers Doomsday.
Okay.
They're
I'm gonna
really
say this right now.
I told my mom and I shut out there and I said, "What's up, Doc?"
This
They're
movie's
really
gonna be a mess.
doing it.
This movie's gonna be
Bullshit.
so huge. This movie's gonna be so huge, and this is why. I do agree with you, Damon. I've rewatched those movies in recent years, and I remember rewatching X-Men, and because it was kind of the thing. Like I went back and watched all the Spider-Mans before Spider-Man No Way Home, blah blah blah. And then I was like, I'm just gonna go back and rewatch the X-Men movie. I remember watching X-Men, the first one, and I was like, wow, this movie is not like how I remembered it, and I just stopped watching them. But then later, leading up to Deadpool and Wolverine, I went back and started X2. I think X2 is actually a really solid movie. X3 is kind of like the Spider-Man 3 of those movies, where there's like something good in there, but it's mostly just a mess. And I think they started to kind of get the X-Men, at least the X-Men, right in First Class a little bit, but like there hasn't been like when the MCU does live action X-Men, it needs to feel more like X-Men 97, like what I was saying. It needs to feel like that. But it's more of the fact that I get to see like my current just nerd self merge with like what made me fall in love with this stuff on the same screen, and that's why it's exciting to me, I think. And that may be the same for other people, may not be, but Marvel has proven that nostalgia works. And the thing I like about them using nostalgia, at least in No Way Home and in Deadpool and Wolverine, is that I don't think it's just for the cheap pops. Like No Way Home, the worst argument about No Way Home is saying that it's all about the cameos, because that movie is a Tom Holland movie. He carries that movie. That movie is about him. Everything else is just kind of cherry on the top. And I think the same thing about Deadpool and Wolverine. It's mostly just like the magical sauce of Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds finally getting to work together. It's kind of separated from the Deadpool world in a lot of ways, which is fine. But it's really about those two finally getting together, and then everything else just kind of adds to the fun of it. And what they both did is they hit like a pretty good emotional core. And as we've seen, the Russo brothers are very good at that. So that's my hopes for this movie, is that it'll have that nostalgia flair that obviously has been a big ticket money for Marvel these last few years. It's been most of what's been successful in the box office for the most part. Obviously, like, I mean, even Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, that movie almost made $1 billion too. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 did well. Thor: Love and Thunder did fine. You know, a bunch of movies did fine. But the big movies have been those movies, the nostalgia movies. So it just definitely wasn't the plan. Obviously, it was titled Kang Dynasty before and was supposed to revolve around that guy. Not anymore. I know a lot of people thought this announcement might be Jonathan Majors coming back, but I was like, after that audio came out, I don't know about that. I don't know. Though if we see a chair with Jonathan Majors, I think I might just leave. I don't know what I would do. I think I'd be like,
Sean has
I
exited
will
the
put
building.
odds on that very, very high. I would not even consider, like, that shouldn't even be considered. Like, that's not
no,
happening.
it definitely
That's
not.
happening.
Not at all. Not at all.
Rich, what's your first reaction to one of your favorite Marvel movies, Deadpool and Wolverine, introduced Channing Tatum as Gambit, and now he's here in Avengers Doomsday.
And one of my favorite characters in Deadpool and Wolverine, Channing freaking Tatum, gets to be in an Avengers movie. I mean, like, this guy went from having his movie pretty much canned, canceled, and forgotten about. He never got to play the role, and now he's going to be in the 5th Avengers movie. And I'm just so excited too, because after getting into X-Men, the animated series, and X-Men 97, this is going to be his first time really interacting with the X-Men in full. Like, we got some great moments of him, obviously, with Wolverine and Deadpool in the Void, and, you know, in that little bit that we got him. But I am just so beyond excited to see what Channing Tatum does with all of these legacy actors who I'm sure he wanted to, you know, join that universe, you know, back when it was in the works and everything. But now he gets to next to them and the Avengers. Are you kidding me? Like, I am so all in on Channing Tatum being in on this movie. I can't wait.
Damon, looks like we're getting basically a full X-Men team here, and potentially the same X-Men team from X-Men 97. Like, we might be getting that iteration, because all we're really missing is Rogue, Storm, Jean, and Wolverine. Jubilee. Justice for Lana Condor's Jubilee, as I believe Ryan said in chat. That was a character who deserved a lot better in her movie. This is, what are you showing us, Rich? I can't see.
Edited share. Who I'm about to make a name for myself.
Good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Ooh, I love Ryan's idea there. Let's get Daphne Keane in this movie as well. Get us some X-23. The more they add, the more likely it feels like that.
Honestly,
it's not just an incursion. It could be a fight between the two of them. What are you thinking, Sean?
Yeah, I'm also wondering. So was Channing Tatum's universe he got plucked out of the same universe as the one from the Marvels? Who knows? I
don't think
maybe
it'll be the same Gambit.
I really don't think it'll be the same one.
I think it is, because they said they sent
definitely
them
think it
back
will be.
to their timelines.
Yeah, and there was that one deleted scene Ryan shared that was like a very viral thing of him like getting the, you know, Doctor Strange circle and winding up back in his time. I definitely think it's going to be the same Gambit. I mean, even if it isn't, it doesn't really matter.
Because I think in this movie, they're going to be giving Channing Tatum a chance to show the Gambit he was actually going to be. I don't think he's going to be the butt of the joke Gambit in this movie. I think he's actually going to be the Gambit he was going to be in that movie, and actually get to show off the accent he learned with the dialect coach, and make it Cajun, but actually have us be able to understand it. And I think this is going to be less of a parody Gambit and an actual X-Men Gambit.
Like a
I'm
version
gonna
that
say
similar to the
this.
one that we saw in X-Men 97 in the animated series.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. There's a reason they just played that audio and not an X-Men 97 audio.
Yeah, that is the one from the movie.
That is a good point, actually. Yeah,
That's the exact same audio that he walked into.
that was his walk-in music.
It was his walk-in music, but I think that could just be because of Channing Tatum. I don't think that necessarily is the exact same Gambit, you know? We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see. I
will
feel
say
like-
this. If he, let's say he's not in the James Marsden and all of them X-Men, he's just kind of like a different Gambit from a different, that's that Gambit, but not a part of this team. Because all just these X-Men are kind of thrown together for whatever reason. Then, yeah, but Garrett, I'm just saying, it's like they played that specific version.
I don't think he wasn't in yet when they did the McKellen and Patrick Stewart ones yet. So it's like I don't think he caught that there was the X-Men 97 music at the beginning for that one. So it was like Marsden and Tatum were the first two X-Men characters they didn't do the X-Men 97 music for.
Yeah. So like I want to say like
they didn't for Marsden, but they did for the other ones. Marsden's was like the OG, I think.
I kind of so I was gonna get onto this. I would like to see if this is like that Gambit. I like to see his Rogue. I think that would be fun.
Oh.
So we like that would
Like a
be
new
kind of like our
Rogue.
first new true actress in here.
That would be
And we need
awesome,
an
getting a
actress
new
in here.
robe to match up with Gambit.
It's like, and we need an actress in here. This is getting crazy.
Yeah, there's been a lot of men in a row. They didn't think this through. Do you have any fan cast for Rogue?
No.
One I really liked was Alexander Daddario. I don't know if she would do it, but I think she could probably pull it off. And honestly, I kind of love the Kiki Palmer idea. Just
The Kiki Palmer idea for this would be great.
Be perfect.
Yeah, totally.
It would
actually
give her that.
If she was Gambit's one specifically, that would be actually perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
think
way
she-
it
I think
would be
Tatum would go
very.
really
Oh God, who do we just have as Mr. Fantastic? For a one-time thing.
Oh, John
Oh,
Krasinski.
Yeah, John Krasinski. It would be very John Krasinski to be kind of like. It's not going to be our Rogue for our big X-Men movie, but we knew she wanted to do it. We knew there's a good chunk of fans who want this. I think that would be a good throw-in. And if they next one is Kiki Palmer, we know exactly who she play.
That's true.
I think that is a absolutely incredible idea to do that for that one. That's a great idea. My original fan cast for her when we were fan casting the X-Men on like our second podcast ever, we had Chris Killian join us. I remember I picked Elle Fanning for Rogue, who recently just was in A Complete Unknown. I think she could do a really good job, but the Kiki Palmer one for this specifically, I think would be pretty perfect. Damon, what's our guess for how many minutes away we are for the next one?
It should be any minute.
Yeah, I lost my timer.
Felt like it should be soon.
It should be soon. When did this one happen?
That was about
it should be. It's
about 10 minutes ago.
okay. Any second now.
Yeah.
Well, what's everyone having for dinner?
I don't know.
I might have to get. I scarfed down a muffin before I came on. I might have to grab some lunch here after we finish, but I don't know. I'm down in SoCal. I might have to find something.
Perfect time to remind everybody to smash that like button if you're watching us on YouTube. Hit the notification bell. Make sure you subscribe to the Agents of Fandom wherever you get your podcasts. In addition to our Daredevil live shows each and every week, as soon as that ends, we will be covering The Last of Us, myself and Sean, with a variety of guests from throughout the industry. We'll be covering Andor. Each and every week, we got some really exciting interviews coming up with some of the cast from Andor. So stay tuned, hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, follow the Agents of Fandom on socials at Agents Fandom, on TikTok and Twitter, Agents of Fandom, everywhere else. Who is the next name that is popping up on the screen?
Brie Larson.
Halle Berry, Hugh
Is it Wesley?
Jackman.
Where's Brie
Is it Wesley
Larson?
Berry?
Where's Pedro Pascal?
Where is Pedro Pascal?
Never to be heard from again.
Where are my young Avengers? There's so many characters in this movie. Good lord.
Yeah, where's White Vision?
Could you imagine they start playing the WandaVision theme and it's Paul Bettany?
Oh my god, right? Or one of the kids, maybe.
I mean, I'd be
Well, I think the kids are done. I think the kids are done now.
WandaVision thing, just for it the WandaVision theme, just for it to be Paul Bettany would be absolutely
That would be hilarious.
That'd be a great troll move.
so audacious.
Yeah.
God.
Ryan commented my read. His read comment is what I was thinking. So thanks for reading my mind, Ryan.
Yeah,
You get it. You get
Also,
it.
we're at 25 people now in this cast.
So I saw that it's supposedly now. I know these numbers have been changing the whole time I've been talking about it. Supposedly it's 44.
Oh, the pick is in.
There's Reed.
Oh, is that Fantastic Four?
There's Reed. That's
Yeah,
fantastic.
that sounds Fantastic Four-ish.
Yeah.
Well, we've been wondering where Pedro Pascal is, and it seems
Just watch maybe it's Silver Surfer.
Miles Teller.
Oh.
John Krasinski. Chris Evans.
Jessica Alba.
Jessica Alba.
Dude, Jessica Alba would be insane.
I do love this Fantastic Four theme.
Me too. Oh my god, hearing it live at the Hollywood Bowl was one of the greatest things ever. It is so good.
Pedro
Here we go.
Pascal.
Pedro
There he
Pascal.
is. Finally.
All right, now time.
Fantastic Four. That's a good one. Good. Okay, now we're done with our X characters.
Are we?
Done with
That
Fantastic
was
Four.
that literally going to be my next question. Are we?
I mean, maybe
done
not
with
because we bounced
X-Men
between
characters? Well, will
Thunderbolts
Halle
too.
Berry, etc., still be coming?
Also, how many men has this been in a row?
So many.
Oh, so many.
This is crazy, bro.
Sean, I know you got to get out of here, so I will throw it to you. Obviously, Pedro is going to be in this movie. What do you think this means in terms of, do you think this is just like a random order, or what do you think this means in terms of the announcing of an X cast? Are we going to get a Storm in this? Are we going to get Jean Grey popping up in this movie?
That was
I
27.
feel like yes. I feel like if they have all these other people, it would make sense. I mean, unless obviously the scheduling and the star power involved in this, even what's just announced now, is insane and to a level and degree that Marvel's never done. So I don't know. Maybe they couldn't get it to work with Storm or with Halle Berry or Famke Janssen or whatever. And it's hard to say. Like, there's this crazy cast list, and it's like, how big of a role are they going to have in this? Like, I would imagine the X-Men are going to have a pretty sizable, meaty kind of role in this. But it is interesting that we got some bad guys. We got some good guys, and maybe it is a version that we see where the world they're in is so messed up that is Magneto on the X-Men again. We just saw in X-Men 97. Of course, it's after they think Charles is dead, but who knows what they're going to do with this. But I mean, it was kind of inevitable. Pedro, after everyone else was announced that we were going to get him in it. So, but yeah, I don't know if that's the end of the X-Men, especially if they went from like OG X-Men for a good number and then Channing Tatum. And none of this feels like it's in like any sort of order or anything. Like, I think they were obviously building up to the hype. Now they kind of gave us a gimme of an obvious one. So I don't know. Like, what's next? Like, where do we go after this? Are we going to get more? Are we going to get the Brie Larsons? Are we going to get the Chris Pratts now? Like, are we going to get the Mark Ruffalo? Like, it's hard to say. I don't know.
I just want to point out that
guessing game.
the last Fantastic Four member got announced 3.5 hours ago.
Bro, that's crazy.
They're bouncing all over the place. So anyone who's saying like where's Halle Berry or any of that, there's still hope that they can go back to the X-Men. But key word in this so far is X-Men because freak. Good lord.
I mean they did announce Rebecca Romaine, I guess.
Yes, you're right.
A few ones ago. They've been sprinkling them in little and little.
You're right. So we're at 27 now so far. We're at 27.
With 10, 20, 30 to go, we truly have no idea. I can't believe they're springing this out throughout the whole day, but I am glad to be sitting here watching some chairs with all of you. Sean, I know you got to bounce. Damon, I know you only have a little bit of time left. I have been trying to line up with a couple other people to come in after you guys got to go, but until then, I'm going to take one little 5-minute break, leave it to you guys to handle the fort down, and I'll pop right back in here in a little bit. But that does bring a good point of, even though they did the X-Men in a clump until now, the Fantastic Four have been so wildly spread out that there still could be more X characters coming in.
Yeah. I mean, just to go over like the 27 that we've had so far, and just to wrap things up with you, Sean, because I know you got to go. Favorite announcement so far, and one that you still want to see?
Honestly, Channing Tatum's up there. I think it's cool. he's a part of this. I think that's such a wild announcement for this. And I didn't really know what to expect once this started. I kind of figured there would be some crazy ones, because why do something like this if it's going to be underwhelming? And of course it started quote unquote underwhelming, but it's a cast reveal. Of course there's going to be obvious ones. There needs to be obvious ones, or else it wouldn't make sense. It's a cast list. It's not like I don't know. I was like, be patient when people are saying it's underwhelming. Just wait and see what happens. I still think for hoping, I really would like to see a Tobey Maguire Andrew Garfield. I think that'd be really cool. Maybe they're saving that for Secret Wars, though. It does seem like there's a very big X focus in this. So I'm going to give one to you, Damon. I'm going to say, I hope they announce Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yes.
All right. I'm putting one in your corner. I'm manifesting this with you. And because as much as I didn't like New Mutants, she was amazing in it and was great casting for Magic. So I would love to see her actually get a good chance at doing something super cool with that character, even if it's something like this. So I'll go with you on that. All right. How about that?
Carlos brings up last chair has got to be RDJ. I totally agree. And I totally agree with Garrett as well. In full Doom gear.
That's what I've been thinking the whole time.
On a throne. Make it the throne. I'm all in on this. The Channing Tatum one is fun. I'm still when it comes to the nostalgia of those old Fox X-Men movies, I'm not as high on it as some other people are. So those are fine. Those are fine to me. I'm not really that high on it. Yes, I would love to see Anya Taylor-Joy's magic in here. Well, I think that's gonna happen. No. No. I am gonna start needing, though. I don't know how much longer this is going. Nobody knows how much longer this is going. Right. This room seems to be expanding on forever. Who freaking knows? But I will need to start seeing some Disney Plus characters in here. I really need to start seeing some. And I'm not talking about look, I'd love to have Daredevil in this. I don't think they're going to bring him in here or any of that. I think they're really adamant on keeping that corner of New York very contained. Fair. I need to start seeing some Young Avengers on here. I want to see some Hulks in here. I need Ruffalo.
You need Tatiana.
I want to see She-Hulk.
Yeah.
And then, would be fun? I would like to see if they do She-Hulk and then immediately after that, Ryan Reynolds. Because then you could have the two characters, literally, pointing at each other type of thing.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Yeah, I really would like some too. If Oscar Isaac is one I really want to see too.
Yes.
I really want to see Oscar Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked Moon Knight. Didn't love it, but I liked it, and I really like Oscar Isaac in the role. And also, his live action suit is so badass. So I want to see that in a movie budget. please. Also, selfishly want Tatiana. I want a She-Hulk on a Avengers movie budget because we all know that was the weakest point of that show. So it would be nice to see her in the truest form she is meant to be.
And then we be able to get the She-Hulk, Deadpool back and
Dynamic.
forth.
Yes.
That dynamic on a big screen would be an absolute delight. I want that. I think that the fourth wall breaking between those two would be great.
Yeah,
CGI Cloud.
Oof, that's rough, man.
Oh, Cloud asked this. Oh dear.
That's rough.
So
time.
we're pretty much all through now with the F4, with the exception of maybe like Herbie or a Silver Surfer.
Yeah, that'd be a little weird. But I don't know, maybe. We don't even know who's voicing Herbie. So
don't
it's like, it would just be some.
voicing
It would just be a
No, that's
random
true.
name, and people would be like, what? What's going on?
Oh, yeah. You know what, Garrett? I'll shout you out here. Elias will be the protector of Battle World. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
We'll keep everyone in. Because you got to keep it within some sort of containment field. I'm down with that. Natasha Lyonne, but bring her back in a What If as Birdie.
I'd be okay with that.
I'd be okay with that too. Man.
All right, I got to leave, guys. I got to go see a rock show. So.
Ooh, who are you seeing? Well, who are you seeing?
Fun.
It's more of a rock show. It's a metal show, but it's this band Paleface Swiss. They're from Switzerland. Super cool band. But Stick to Your Guns is playing, and this other band Nasty from Germany.
They were just in Worcester, weren't they?
I was at the Worcester show.
You were at that place was packed.
It was crazy. My friend actually books Paleface, and he was on the tour at that point. So I went, and he's like one of my closest friends, and I don't get to see him often because he lives in Texas. I live in New York, so we went and hung out with him there. And then the date today is far closer to us, so going again because Stick to Your Guns is one of my favorite bands.
There you go.
But yeah, there was like 17,000 or 1,700 people at the Palladium.
That's a little oversold for that place.
Not when you open the balcony.
I did
when you open the balcony, it's technically like 2,500 or something.
There you go.
Yeah,
okay.
Little cheat move there, because I think cap is like 1,500 without the balcony. So, but they were still selling tickets, so they're like, "Yeah, we're open it up."
Go crazy. Well, enjoy.
But yeah, thanks for having me, guys, and this was great. This was fun. I'm honored to have been able to talk to you guys about backs of chairs for a few hours.
Definitely, it was so great to see you, Sean. We got to do this again.
Yeah, it's great to see you too, my friend. Hopefully sooner than the last time.
Yes.
Goodbye, internet.
Garrett, we need to bring back Marvel Madness. I don't know how. I don't know when. I need to bring it back because I think Garrett picked a team with Goliath on it, and for whatever reason, I was not involved. I was not invited. Right. Comic Corner was not invited to that Marvel Madness because I'm sure they were afraid that we were going to win. I'm sure of it.
Oh man!
But
I would.
That was incredible.
But we probably would have lost. The Hawkeye's undefeated. God dang it!
I don't even remember who I picked, but it was not a great team.
All right, we only have a few seconds left. Who you got next?
Oh, I don't know. It feels like we might be done with the X-Men, but I don't know if they're going to go back to it after Pedro Pascal. Yeah, like just throw Pedro Pascal because maybe they announced the first few like Vanessa, Eben, and Joseph in the beginning, and they're like, "Oh my God, we forgot about him, Pedro."
Forgot about who?
Pedro.
Oh, Pedro. Yeah,
they lined up the chairs in the beginning.
Brie Larson.
Yeah, they lined up the chairs in the beginning. And like, oh my God, we forgot about Pedro.
That's an Avenger theme. That's just an
Avenger. It is the Avengers theme.
Okay, Chris Evans.
I mean, maybe Chris Evans, right?
This is just an Avenger theme.
Yeah, this is just the Avengers theme music. Yeah.
Brie Larson probably would be the most likely.
She has her own theme music from Captain Marvel.
What if it's Chris Evans?
What if it's
That's what I said. I think it could be Chris Evans.
It'd just be Jeremy Renner.
Who has his own theme, by the way?
More Kate.
Has her own theme. This is still going.
It might be Chris. Ruffalo would be the most likely, I guess.
Ruffalo
be Chris
doesn't have
based
a
on
theme,
how long
so
we
you know what? That's a great shout. Yeah,
Bueller.
no, Ruffalo doesn't have themes, so that's a great shout. We're still sitting here. Cameraman! Pan right! This is more than the Avengers thing.
What is happening? Is this Doom?
Could be Doom. But you'd think he'd be last. What if it's Chris?
Is this the last one? If this is the last one, I'll actually be pretty upset.
Holy
What
shit.
is happening?
Jump scare. What is
Hold on
this?
for like a minute.
Could be Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh! Hold on, door's opening.
Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Are they coming in?
What's happening? Someone's coming. They're coming in.
Is this Downey?
Already did.
Downey.
Hi, Mr. Downey. That's a very male-heavy team.
Fucking go.
I like how we're just kind of like soaking in our thoughts right now. There were a lot of names that we mentioned that didn't get the cut.
Where are all the women?
We're the Avengers, the originals.
Well, I'll say this, TJ. I'll say this. The Avengers have never won a fight when they don't have a Hawkeye on the team. It ain't looking good for them.
Oh my
Proven the
God.
series.
First thought, where are the women? Where is specifically Captain Marvel? Surprisingly, no Chris Pratt. Obviously, there are multiple more people that are going to pop up in this movie that we don't know about. There's still going to be reveals. But as shocking as some of the X characters were that are popping out, I feel like there are equally shocking omissions. No Tom Holland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say no Tom Holland.
Where's Spider-Man? So, Rich, throwing it to you first. Or Damon, I'll throw it to you first because I know you're running low on time. Most glaring omission.
Omissions, plural. Brie Larson. Tom Holland. The biggest omission, at least. Well, actually, both of them. Those are the two movies, guys. I'm actually going to get a little angry here. How many movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe from phases 4 through now have we had? Richard, you can help me out here.
that have dealt with the multiverse.
Okay, I'm going in order. Spider-Man: No Way Home,
Yep.
Deadpool and Wolverine,
Yep.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness,
Yep.
The Marvels,
Yep.
and that might be it.
And you know what's amazing about all 4 of those projects? None of those characters are involved in this movie.
Oh my God, you're right.
The movie that is the big climax. The big climax into Secret Wars. The big climax into our multiverse saga. The 4 movies with all those main characters. No America Chavez. No Scarlet Witch. No Doctor Strange. No Peter Parker. Spider-Man.
Wow.
Gone. Not in this movie. That is the big,
That we know of. That we
large,
know of.
not conclusion, climax that we know of into this multiverse saga. And that is no Captain Marvel. No Monica Rambeau, who's just thrown into another universe. We assumed it to be this X-Men universe. We assumed her to be in this cast. Not listed. Let's go. No America Chavez. The girl who can go into other universes. We got the Thunderbolts. That's neat. And maybe the Thunderbolts has some multiversal stuff in here. No. No Wong.
No Strange.
It seems at least possibly. It seems possibly. Hear me out here, so I'm not just totally angry. There could be 2 Avenger teams going on. One who has no idea what the fuck they're dealing with the multiverse. And they get murked. They get thrown to the side. And I think that'd actually be rather appropriate. It would be rather funny, considering so many of these movies either do or do not have to deal with the multiverse. You throw all the movies that don't have to deal with it, and they don't know what they're getting themselves into. We do know there is another movie or so maybe in between these 2 things. It could be possible that there's a secondary team out there that knows what they're doing. They're doing things off to the side. You can throw your Young Avengers in there because they meet up with America Chavez or whatever. You throw them in there. You throw your Spider-Mans in there. You throw your Doctor Stranges in there. You throw Captain Marvel in there, who's still probably looking for her friend. I don't know. I'm surprised. I think this team is set up to fail.
I think you may have just stumbled upon it. I think there is the more we break it down, I think there is a very, very clear reason the group of people who are not here. You know, this will likely be the people that they have started to figure out what's going to be in trailers, what's going to be in marketing, and this is going to be the group that they're utilizing for this movie. Whether other movies on the docket are potentially a Doctor Strange 3, something like that, something with Hulk, something that explains where Captain Marvel is. I think there is going to be, I don't know what it is yet, but a very clear reason why the people who we've mentioned who are not there are not there. No Young Avengers. There's rumors that there's going to be a Champions TV show. Who knows? Maybe there could be a whole ass movie. I think there's going to be a clear reason why the people not mentioned were not mentioned. And I'm with Nate Shelton here in chat. He says, don't be too hasty. This is just who they've announced now. They got to keep stuff for as a surprise for closer to. And it does feel weird that like Captain Marvel and Spider-Man would be surprise characters as opposed to like front page marketing characters.
Yeah.
But with other projects potentially coming, and a potentially whole other team. We've talked for years of like, who's going to lead the Avengers? Is it going to be Captain America, Anthony Mackie, or is it going to be Captain Marvel, Brie Larson? Well, maybe they're each leading their own team of Avengers, and the one that Brie Larson's Captain Marvel is leading are not mentioned. No Wolverine, no Deadpool. Another interesting one there from Carlos.
Yeah.
Characters who've been involved in the multiverse, right? I had that theory a while ago, but that was like way back in the time runs out idea, where you have two teams. One of them just wants to save our sacred timeline, and then the other one, like the Doctor Strange team, that's just going out to save as many as possible. The people who've experienced other universes, have attachments to them, care about them. I had that theory a while ago, well before when I was back in like, oh, we can do time runs out type of thing. There's still also a possibility they could have a second stream tomorrow, because that was a 5-hour long stream. There's a possibility because people did say there's 50 characters, whatever, and I think we got up to like 28 or so, maybe 30. 27. So double that, and you're closer to a number that some speculations have been. Not totally out of the realm. But that's my last thing I'll say on this matter. Is one, maybe it's not over yet. And two, if this is the team, by the way, if this is like the squad, I'm a bit disappointed. And that's a part of that is because I'm not as attached to the Fox X-Men characters. Like, I'm just not. I thought those movies are fine. Like, some of them, the handful of them are really good, but I'm just not as attached to it. So a bit disappointing, especially for me, as like the characters that I've grown attached to. Most of them aren't in this movie, which is a bummer.
That we know of yet. And I think that's an important point, because I do think they still could very potentially be a large portion of it. But I agree with you. Most of my favorites aren't in here as well. It's a very odd group that they've collected together that I think it means either one, a lot of these characters that showed up today are not making it through this movie. And if truly some of the other characters are not in Avengers Doomsday, I guess it will. My guess is that it probably means these ones are not going to be very featured in Avengers Secret Wars, if that's the case. But regardless, there's a lot of very big omissions, and I think to me that it's spelling more that there's something fishy, and there's going to be some reveals. There's going to be some other projects of maybe the Champions / Young Avengers are getting their entire movie and a series to themselves prior to Avengers Secret Wars, and that's why they're not in this at all. Either way, I kind of found the ending to that a little anticlimactic. If it was just going to be RDJ coming out, we weren't going to get the full scale of everything. I wanted him to be in some Doom costumes or something. Rich, final thoughts? And then we're going to get the heck out of here.
I'm going to bounce now, actually, just because I got to leave. But
all right,
this was an absolute blast. This was fun.
This is so great.
I love theorizing. I love speculating. In the end, it's okay. I'm bummed, whatever. But this was a pleasure, gentlemen. And thank you all for watching and listening to our rants.
It's really great to see you, Damon. All right, last thoughts. Well, here's what I'm thinking. They just announced 27 people in this movie, and we know how secretive Marvel Studios is about their movies, especially in terms of the Avengers movies. There really has not been many times, excuse me, where stuff from the Avengers movies has leaked. Nothing, no like major plot details or deaths or like super big spoilers or anything. Can you imagine the secrets that Marvel is keeping even after announcing this many people for the cast? Like, and that whatever they're gonna do for Secret Wars.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. I'm so excited. Like, I guess it may be a little bit of a bummer, you know, that some of the characters that aren't in it, like we said, Captain Marvel, Spider-Man,
a lot of the Disney Plus characters, but there's plenty of time to add it because this movie doesn't come out for another 13 months. So we got plenty of time.
There was a really cool part of this that I didn't actually piece together until Ryan just mentioned it in chat. And that it was kind of interesting to note that Reed Richards and Dr. Doom, their chairs were placed beside each other to conclude it.
Yeah.
And so the other thing I was thinking as we realized some of the omissions of the characters is that I think this could be a very Fantastic Four-centric movie.
Mm-hmm.
And that they could very much be Pedro and RDJ as the two main characters. And then we do get some of these others as more featured roles in Secret Wars.
Yeah.
But let us know what you think at Agents Fandom on TikTok and Twitter, Agents of Fandom everywhere else. Let us know in the YouTube comments when you're hitting the like button, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell. What is the omission for you that you're most concerned about, that hurt the most? Is it Spider-Man? Is it Captain Marvel? Is it Hulk? Is it Ms. Marvel? Is it Kate Bishop? Is it one of the Hawkeyes like Damon?
I mean, as much as I would love to say it's one of the Hawkeyes. Shout out Damon, we love you. I think for me right now, it's Captain Marvel and Spider-Man particularly with Spider-Man because his movie is coming out as the very next one after Doomsday, and he's clearly been one of the biggest, most successful characters in the multiverse saga with, Spider-Man No Way Home. And obviously with Captain Marvel being arguably the MCU's most powerful character from a strength standpoint. I mean, all of them that you mentioned are shocking. Obviously, I really want to see Ms. Marvel again. She's probably my favorite new character to come into the multiverse saga. The Young Avengers or the Champions, whatever they do with them, I can't wait to see. But we got time. I'm remaining hopeful. I think today was an incredible start. And I think we've got a long way to go till this movie gets made. They're probably in the early stages of production right now. Probably just started shooting recently. And yeah, we've got a lot ahead of us.
Let us know who your happiest got included in the comments on socials at Agents Fandom on TikTok and Twitter, Agents of Fandom everywhere else. Let us know the ones you're happiest are included. Those you are most concerned were omitted. Let us know your theories on why they may have been omitted. And we will be back next week talking more Daredevil. We'll probably have one more podcast next week recapping all of the madness that was today as well. Plus, we have The Last of Us coming out, which I may or may not just have gotten screeners for while we were live on this show. We have Andor coming, which we have tons of interviews coming for. So stay tuned. Make sure you're subscribed to the podcast. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the madness of today, who hung out for the whole stream. This was so much fun. We will see you next time. On behalf of myself, Rich, Sean, Damon, Aaron, the whole crew who joined us today, we'll see you next time. Peace.